So our job in learning is forgetting. That is the remembering of our true mind or true reality or the way it is. And that's full of friction, especially when we're not very skillful at meditating. So anytime we try to meditate, it's always going to be full of friction. That friction is the learning process or the remembering process of forgetting clinging onto all the things. It's a lot like nihilism. It's very, very similar to nihilism. Very similar. Maybe that Nietzsche guy actually gets a bad rap because it's very similar to nihilism. Some of the greatest monks, the most revered monks, would be the most ascetic. Giving up everything, saying no to everything, everything that we like, everything that we enjoy. So it is like nihilism. Hopeless, totally hopeless, completely hopeless. Might as well but this is where there's a branch off from the nihilism, the suicidal philosophy of nihilism. And that is the hope of forgetting, or the hope of not clinging, or the hope of the emptiness of the self. You get it's kind of, you get a little bit of a look, honestly. If I'm being honest about it, you get a little bit of a look on you. A little bit of a look about you when you're in that way of ego, in that way of self, in that way of clinging onto thoughts and identity. The eyes are a little bit squinted. Maybe you're kind of smiling strangely. There's tension in the body. You think you get something, you think you know something, you think you know what to do, and that's not meditation. That's not what we're practicing in meditation. So if you get that, it's kind of a very feminine thing. I don't work with a lot of men, so I can't say much about men. But for women, it's a certain, you got a smile about you. It's a smirk to it, and there's no smirk to the truth. This is, you're about to die. This is, you were wrong all along. This is, you can't be right. This is nihilism. Coming back to nihilism, Buddhism is a lot more like nihilism than it is what we know of in the modern day as spirituality. Real Buddhism, forest Buddhism, traditional Buddhism, Zen Buddhism, monastic Buddhism. It has nothing to do with being healthy and wealthy. At least not for your ego. If you want to get to the truth of it, if you're blessed enough to not be concerned with the truth, then you can be a good person and live a good life. Get out of here. But when we have this greed, like so many of us do, this ego that is bigger than the universe, actually, there's nothing positive about it. Unless you can understand the positivity of having your labia bisected without any kind of sedative or painkiller, while you're fully awake. So we practice seriously, and that's one of the things that I'm not very good at. I've done that a lot. I've practiced meditation a lot, but I'm not very good at practicing seriously for myself. I'm not very skillful at that. But most people, most of the people that are going to be here, you just don't get it at all. You don't. And you're not going to get it anytime soon. And whatever is resistant to receiving that, whatever thinks that it gets it, that's why you're wrong. That's why you don't get it. Period. And I was watching a little bit of a talk about this Andrew Peterson University. It's like a fake university, right? And it uses the gimmick and the marketing of a university instead of the business gimmick, the business marketing gimmick, right? And so this woman commentator was talking about this and saying that it gives the appearance of learning. It gives the presentation of learning without the actual practice of learning, which takes friction. And so what we're seeing with this, especially people like Alexis Non-Duality, is that these are artists of giving the appearance of learning something, or very, very succinctly, the appearance of getting something. The same with Angelo Delulu, when actually they're not doing anything to help anyone get anything. They're just giving therapy. They're giving, I guess the idea is right view therapy. And that's not what right view is about. That's certainly not what Buddhism is about. And to hear what's being said here, you have to focus on your meditation. Otherwise, it's just going to go in one ear and out of your asshole and stink up the room, which is, of course, not what this is about. So I'm not going to repeat myself over and over again, Luz Vertical, because I already answered that. Do you want to suffer mentally? If the answer is no, then you shouldn't be here. And meditation is precisely to suffer, to sit here and endure. And as I said at the beginning, our job is to meditate now, to practice meditation seriously now. I'm here to help you suffer more deeply. Not here to share positivity with you. I'm here to help you feel insane. Because you don't, you don't take refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. You don't listen. You haven't listened. You haven't taken responsibility for being a student. You haven't done what's asked. So I'm just here to help you suffer more and help you to feel insane and not help you, actually. That's my role. That's my primary role for most people that are coming along. Look-alongs is what I call them, the looky-loos and the looky-lasses. And that is your medicine. That is my gift to you. That is my Dhamma to you, to make you suffer more, to make you feel insane, to make you feel confused, so that you can see the problem. I'm not aggrandizing myself, I'm just there's not much to aggrandize here. Trust me when I say that. But to see the inadequacy of the self, of the ego. This is the deal with monks. This is why monks go. This is why monks go into the forest, into the jungle, into crazy town, into destitution. Because that's what it's all about. This operating principle of yourself and your life is a cancer. It's a cancer to the world. It's a cancer to the people that you're in relationship with. And the practice of mindfulness and detachment is to forget yourself, period. There's no, there's no how about, the teacher's got a gun. That's what it is. Okay? The teacher keeps a gun when he's giving a Dharma talk. Okay? That's what it is. There's no cha-cha. There's none of that. In life, it's not about me and you. It's not about anybody. So to detach from yourself is to remember forgetting everything, anything. Whatever you think is important, that is what is to be forgotten. So as to give yourself this starting point for taking refuge, this starting point for generosity, this starting point for having a relationship with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. As somebody said recently, they said it's just the tip of the iceberg. We've all lived lives. We have. We can't deny that. We can't deny the life that we've lived. But we can forget it. And so to forget your kids in a true way of remembering, maybe you've heard of it like this. You're ever saying something? Oh, I'm saying something, I'm trying to tell somebody something, I'm talking about something, and then I forgot what I was saying. What if that forgetting is actually a true remembering? So to truly remember your kids, you have to forget the idea that you have about your kids. You have to do that. And anyways, your kids are going to die. Remember that. And you're going to die too. But this is a starting point. This is an invitation. This is a welcoming. This is not entertainment. This is not a lecture. This is not a game. This is not a thinking game or a believing game. In this situation, Jesus came home. Jesus is here. The Son of Awareness is here. The only way to awareness is through me. Very practically speaking. But it has nothing to do with my ego or my desires. It has nothing to do with your ego or your desires. Just like your child doesn't have anything to do, shouldn't have anything to do with your ego or your desire. But you are the child of now. And you're either going to connect with your parent as best as you can, or you're not. The parent of awareness. And I am the guide of and from and to awareness based on my experiences, my training, my practice, my insight. We can talk about all that, but we're going to talk about it in a very practical way. You know, what meditation retreats have you been on? What teachers have you practiced with? What meditation master? I think I've been asking that question for years. I don't think I've ever had a single person give me a sufficient answer, like a decent answer. I did a 10-day Vipassana retreat and I listened to Ram Dass. That's what it always seems to be. So naturally, we need to remember forgetting. And this is a community of remembering forgetting. That is the Sangha. That's what the Sangha is. Wisdom and compassion is remembering forgetting. Forgetting and forgiving. Your ego is not important, and what you think is not important. And you're just going to have to deal with that. Ram Dass is not important at the 10-day Vipassana retreat. Every single thing that you think is not important at the 10-day Vipassana retreat. Every single idea that you have, every single person that you know, every little important thing in your life is bullshit in the meditation retreat, in the meditation practice, and in fact, in life. But you're too busy remembering or thinking about all the things that you didn't remember to forget. And until you can sit here and look at me and see what I'm doing, okay, use your eyes, see clearly, look closely, see what I'm doing. Until you can try to do that, you're not going to understand anything of what's going on here. You need to keep your hand out of your pants when you're here, okay? Stop masturbating your ego when you're here. And that makes you maybe feel insane to try to do that. Well, that's good. That's the medicine that you need. You need to be tortured. Everyone here needs to be tortured. Then you'll feel better. You'll be better. I'm trying to get you guys to help me torture myself, but nobody cares. None of our community has much wisdom, has much compassion. Certainly not me. We're all lazy and selfish. We're not willing to torture ourselves. That's why our life sucks. That's why we're so depressed and so anxious, or so, smirky, stupid, ignorant, laughing in the background. There is no background here, so whatever you think is wrong. So Seattle is doing a retreat in Malaysia right now. And he was giving a little bit of a live talk, and it was great. There was this kind of autistic young lady. She was making noises and talking, acting a little bit crazy. Well, Seattle was giving his Dharma talk, to answering these questions to the Vietnamese nuns. And anyways, he was talking about how much more valuable it is to not just to meditate for ourselves, but to meditate for the others. And in the same way, keeping precepts together with the others, for the others, doing good deeds with the others. We get a lot more merits that way. And I don't know how people can be so critical. You have basically no experience similar to me in spiritual practice or spiritual path work. Maybe you hung out with some hippie freak in Bali or something that was some spiritual guru character that scammed you out of a bunch of money. Or you visited a meditation center, or you've been to a meditation retreat. You've never taught the Dharma. You've never represented for the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. You've never been in robes. You've never really worked with actual actual high teachers. Besides, some freaky people that you've come across that have no real authority at all. And yet somehow it's so easy to judge and critique what I'm doing and who I am. I just don't get it. Which, who I am is, of course, not someone. But we have to practice the meditation to embody that, to be real about that, And it has nothing to do with being happy all the time. It has nothing to do with that. Being positive all the time. It has nothing to do with that at all. Positivity and happiness are not the path of Buddha Dharma for those who are as greedy as those seeking the truth. Might be possible. But that's not what it's about. You might have to realize that the mutual empathizing going on is totally fake. You may need to realize or accept that you really have no idea who I am at all. At all. And that it's not a positive thing or a negative thing. It's a matter of not knowing. And that's where a lot of disgust comes up, the disgust of knowing, of attachment to knowing, attachment to understanding. Don't put me in a box, I won't put you in a box. And of course, anybody who's met me knows I'm not much of a box maker. More of a box opener. Truth is non-conceptual. That non also applies to non-conceptual. Also applies to truth itself. Nagarjuna's four forgivenesses. Or is it 8? Eight negations. A lot of these things are, it's a meditation thing. So it's not something that can be talked about with anonymous people. It's not really appropriate. Something that we can talk about during retreat or at the meditation center. There's so many people really lose their sensibility to how profound these teachings are when they're just given away freely. There's many teachings that we're not ready for. They don't apply to us. We don't have a belief or a relationship with not being someone. Or we have a bunch of belief in not being someone, but no real capacity to stop ourselves, to be still. To just sit there, to just be there and stop. And to practice stopping, like punching yourself in the head. It's another way to describe meditation, punching yourself in the head. Every thought is wrong, including the thought that every thought is wrong. How is that possible? How is it possible for that to make sense? How is it possible for that to make sense? Keep punching, Roscoe. Try to punch at the back of your head. When you can start to accept that every thought is wrong, then you can call me on WhatsApp. You don't have to embody that. You don't have to practice that. You don't have to realize that. You just have to accept that. Moving from acceptance to welcoming and to realizing. Don't blame me that you're watching this. Don't blame me you're coming to my house. Don't blame me you're eating my free food that I share, that I offer, that I'm cooking up. That's your problem. That's your fault. You being here is your fault. It's not mine. I don't have anything to do with it. Everybody. It's your fault that you're here. And it's your fault that you believe in yourself. And that you follow weak teachers. And that you don't meditate. And that you don't really care about the deep teachings enough to have a discussion about it from a place of self-sacrifice. I get basically zero feedback from everything that I do, everything that I share. If I would have collected feedback over the past 8 years, I'd have over 100, over 200, over 300, I'm sure. Literally, testimonials. I bet. But now I don't get any feedback for anything that I do. I mean, think about that. How am I to know there's even real people out there watching, or to what degree those people are real? Or how they receive this, how they understand this, how it benefits them, how it doesn't. So can you face yourself without feedback? Can you be yourself without feedback? Can you see yourself without looking in the mirror? You know, I wouldn't say I hate my life, but I certainly don't like it most of the time. So get used to that. You know, probably a lot of you people should hate your lives, honestly, you know. I'm sure I'd hate you if I was in the same situation that you were dealing with yourself. You know, I'm blessed to not hate myself, but sometimes it's a little bit iffy. So remember yourself, your true self, by forgetting yourself. Forgetting your true self. And then practice meditation and follow your teacher. Listen to your teacher. Identify who's teaching you. I can't tell you how much enjoyment I would get by grabbing some of the people that watch me or watch along with this as spectators with little smirks, with little, while they're drinking their wine and having their peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, how much joy I would get to, support them, to put all of those thoughts down and all those ideas down. You shouldn't be here if you're thinking about this. You shouldn't be here if you're thinking about me. Nobody here is allowed to think about me. You don't have permission to think about me. You're in my house. You're in my temple. You're in my monastery. You're eating my food. I own everything here. You own nothing here. And if you don't get that, you have no right to be here. And the reason that I'm saying that is because it's not naturally implied by the circumstances and the environment. But that is the case. You are the guest and I am the host. I am way more experienced than you in spiritual practice, both in literature, in formal practice, in working with real masters in a way that you don't even have any course to there's nothing even to compare it to. So humble yourself, humble your ass. Humble your ass. Okay. Thank you, Daniela. And this is a kind of relief to have a teacher. It doesn't mean that you follow them or give them a bunch of money or do what they want you to do or anything like that. It just means that you don't have to think about them or yourself when in their presence. So this is also how we should be with children. Only we know how our society treats children. So I'm very childlike. You know what I mean? My mommy or my wife cooks for me, cleans for me. I'm trying to get her to pick out my clothes for me, but it seems she does. I maybe have to explain a little bit more. But I'm a child that will fuck you up. I will break your brain. I will go into your dreams and I will terrorize you. I will give you schizophrenia. So if you don't want Buddhist schizophrenia, then you need to leave here. Okay? You need to go away from here. Unless you want Buddhist, more real experience of Buddhist suffering. And it's anybody who's coming across this uninitiated, which I think 80% to 99% of the people that watch my content have no real spiritual experience. No, sorry, everybody out there. Just as far as I know, this is not going to make any sense. This is not going to be practical. If you want to be practical, you're going to have to go back a couple years in the YouTube channel, reading the Thich Nhat Hanh book. And you're not going to be able to find anybody to confirm or to verify this, because people who know, they don't talk like that, actually. You could try, because, and I'm just speaking to a bunch of random trailer park people about, these spiritual ideas. It's such a such a nonsense, right? But on one hand, maybe I have opened my Dharma eye. Maybe I am a stream enterer. Maybe I'm a sotapanna. Maybe I have access to insight. Something like that. Like I really at my core, when it comes down to it, and truthfully a wise and compassionate person, right? My deepest intentions are wise and compassionate, right? That's the one side. And so what I've been doing is actually strangely impossibly so, right? But coming from this place of wisdom and compassion in some way, that's it, the intention is linked to that, right? On the other hand, I have no wisdom and compassion, really. I think I'm enlightened, but I'm not. I'm on here doing this stuff because I'm grifting for money. I need money to pay my bills. I need money to take my life. I'm a monk dropout, right? I'm battling with serious mental health problems. I'm very confused about myself and what's happening, right? But when we come to the middle way, it's funny, because when we bring our hands together like this and, we bow, we cut through the sense of self. We cut through our self story. We cut through all self stories. We cut through all stories based on the notion of self. We cut through all principles and practices that are based on the notion of self, of someone. And this self doesn't just apply to a living being or a human being, like the real ego or no ego, but it inclines towards this nature of interbeing, where separate things dissolve. And so now there's no duality. So there's this beautiful poem by Thich Nhat Hanh where he says, call me by my true names. I am the 11-year-old Vietnamese girl that was just raped by the boat pirate and then jumped off into the sea and drowned to death because how traumatized she was. And I am also the pirate. So that's why the feminine smirk is disgusting. The middle-aged feminine smirk is repulsive and disgusting. And men in general are horrible. So everybody's horrible. Everybody stinks. Everybody's shit. Everybody's shit. But no, because I looked at, Shiva's recent video, and actually he was he was bouncing this off of me before he did. I hate to bring Shiva into our, once we're getting real about spirituality and stuff, right? But Shiva's recent video, he kind of bounced off me before he did it, because look, he's live streaming right now. But I wanna address this. Well, we got a great amount of people for him live stream that said so. Shiva's sad live stream, right? And I don't know what he was doing. He's trying to be real and saying he's going through things. And I told him, it's like that's exactly what appeals to these hopeless middle-aged women that see you as some kind of, hopeful young man, that they empathize with spiritually and emotionally. And then, the first comment I saw on it was from, these two women, I'm sad I missed this live. I hope that you'll do more like this. Heaven's echo, heart, heart, heart. We're empathizing with what you're going through. But that's not what spiritual teachings are about. It's not about you empathizing with what I'm going through. It's not about empathizing with the notion of self. It's about detaching from that. Irregardless. Casper Echoes says, do you think AI can achieve consciousness? I don't know. Well, Rain Tarot, if you really want to, what's your credit score, hon? Anyways, if you really want to learn, you know what I mean, then you're going to want to come out and have some in-person experiences. And we've got many opportunities for that, but you got to gather yourself and approach and say, hey, I'd like to get some more. I'm thinking maybe doing I'm thinking about maybe doing some kind of program, some kind of course, some kind of access point for people who want more of a one-to-one, monthly mentorship or something like that. I can tell you what to do, what to practice, what to listen to, and you can call me and talk about nonsense. So if anybody's interested in something like that, reach out to me on WhatsApp. But it's I'm kind of a faith breaker. But actually I'm a very, generally a very trustworthy person when it comes to someone wants to practice meditation, get help with Buddhism, access to good teachers, get advice, get support and guidance. But we're going to have to, spend some money, a couple $100 a month, then I'll be your coach. How about that? Okay, any questions? The experience, living at a meditation retreat, sometimes it's once you get into the flow of it, it can be very, very pleasant, very, very enjoyable. But what it takes to get to that point is a lot of struggle, a lot of bad mornings, bad afternoons, bad nights, bad weeks. But the difference between staying at a place like that and, just staying at your own home is that you're going in a direction to consistently embrace and face that suffering with the support of a sangha. We can do that on a sliding scale, Ray Brown. But I'm more of a I don't seem to need to be physically healthy, so why worry about it, generally. My American qualities, I learned that from my family. So unless that need arises, I'm not going to rise to the occasion. So creating that need is very important. That's what the meditation center is about. The meditation retreats are about, is creating this truly a false need. Because we don't need to make a monk life meditation center. We don't need to go to a 10-day Vipassana retreat. And then even if we do go to a 10-day Vipassana retreat, we don't have to follow the schedule. We don't have to stay there for 10 days. You don't have to keep living. But we can use that unnecessariness, we can call it that, right? That lack of need to meditate. I don't need to move my body. I don't need to think. I don't need to do anything. I don't need to be anyone. Okay, Rai Brown says, for the first time I'm seeing young men making short vids about non-duality, detachment, and meditation. So someone out there is either following Rob or promoting it elsewhere. It's superficial. And you'd benefit a lot from this mentorship program, Ray Brown. You'd benefit a lot from it. It's the payment will be on a sliding scale of how much of a headache I figure that you'll give me in me coaching you or mentoring you. It's just that 90% of these guys, I mean, all of them, these young guys that are doing the spiritual stuff, they don't have as much experience as I do. They don't have as much training as I do. Yes, non-duality maxing. No, I'm just looking at Shiva's live stream. Apparently, what they say is that he took like weed gummies or something, but he's turned off his camera and stuff now. But I looked at this comment from one person, this Steve, and they said, "I didn't come here to quote unquote see a guru. I came here to interact with another person," and anybody who says something like that to me can leave the meditation center, can leave the monastery. Okay, who are you? What are you doing here? We're not equal. Spirituality is not about being equal to each other. That's nonsense. There's a hierarchy. People have different skills. Some people are more important than other people for a large variety of reasons, okay, and in a large variety of ways. Now Shiva is taking weed on his live stream to get donations. And apparently freaking out.
My profile picture right now, the little circle that you see in the black, surrounded by black, and see the mountain behind me.
Oh my God.
That is the highest.
Talking about the mountain in India. Oh, the mountain in India, everybody. The mountain in India. We're going to make the Monk Life Meditation Center is going to be on a mountain. I hope. Shiva, what's going on, man? I heard you're taking drugs on your live stream, but now your camera's turned off.
You didn't hear. Nobody told you. You saw.
You sound like you're in rough shape. He hung up on me. He ate an edible? Well, it's my job to make him have a panic attack then, isn't it? I don't know what kind of mindset to be taking an edible in the live stream. He's the jackass, he's the Johnny Knoxville of spirituality now. Oh, well. If we have the money, we'll build it anywhere.
Sure.
Hello?
At UE6942.
Hello?
Yes, would you like to do a live stream with me?
How many milligrams was the edible? I feel like you took like a 5 milligram edible and you're blowing it out of proportion.
So THC.
How many milligrams was it? Hello?
Yes.
How many milligrams was it?
Somebody can answer you. It was 10.
Okay. Well. So what's up? And tomorrow you said you're going to drink coffee?
Yes, I'm willing to try coffee tomorrow.
Why are you so obsessed with money? I mean, what are you even going to do with all this money, all these $2 donations that you're getting?
It's not about money. It's about having a good experience.
All right. How about this? How about this for an idea? Can your audience hear me?
Yes.
Your audience comes over to my live stream, starts sending some real super chats and some real donations. Listen closely what I'm saying. Members of your audience come over to my live stream that's happening right now and start sending some real donations. I'll put on the face paint, I'll put on the makeup, and I will do my very best to give you a panic attack while you're having this THC experience. And we'll do a dual live stream for all of our friends, for all the people who are watching along at home. What do you think about that?
Yes.
What does your audience think about that? Well, it's not potentially, it's up to your audience.
This is very real. Life is real. Life is a real thing. There's real consequences to this. There's pain. There's discomfort to the body. There's unlikability and undesirability. And the best thing to do is to enhance your creativity.
All right, so tell everybody to come over to my channel right now and start sending some super chats and some donations.
Let's I have a better idea. Let's do a live stream.
All right, I'll send you a link. Okay?
No, please join my live stream because
you've already made so much money. You've made so much money already. And how much money have you made from all the time that I've given you, all that time solo on your live stream? You've already made tons of money on this live stream.
So from now on, we'll go 1 to 1. So
That's fine. That's fine. So next time, this time is my one. Next time's your one.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to send you it. Time to make some money, baby. Let's get some W's in the chat, everybody. Who's ready to make some moolah? They donated him $100 to eat the gummies. Oh, my God. Good for him. Well, I hope you put some money into it, too. I'll put a link to my PayPal for you there, Barkley. It's a neutral habit to beg for money. Or to tell people to give you donations. Okay. Welcome in, everybody. This is a very important live stream with Shiva Kailash Shambho, straight from Rishikesh. And with me, Dr. Rob. I'm a former Buddhist monk of 8 years. I've lived at monasteries and meditation centers around the world. I've trained with some of the most advanced and successful spiritual leaders in the modern Buddhist community. And we're here doing this live stream to unify a mind that is addled with drugs, a mind that is a man who has stooped so low, Wait, I'm not even live. I didn't press the go live button, Shiva. That was supposed to be the introduction. Your high is wearing off on me. Your high shit is getting on me, man. Keep that shit to yourself. I'm sober, man. I wasn't even live streaming. Okay. 10 seconds, right? 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action. Hello and welcome, everyone. My name is Dr. Rob. I'm here with Shiva Kailash Shambho. This is an incredible experience. This is a really big problem. This guy over here has just taken drugs. This guy has taken drugs. He's broken the law in his home country. He's broken the rules of his family's home, and he's nearing a panic attack straight from Rishikesh. Shiva Kailash Shambho. My name is Dr. Rob. I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. I've trained at meditation centers and monasteries around the world. I've trained with some of the very best meditation teachers and spiritual leaders of our lifetime in the Buddhist community. This is an absolutely incredible chance to hopefully give this guy who's high on drugs a panic attack, and to some way punish him for polluting his mind and breaking the vows that he's made. Shiva, do you understand how dangerous what you've done is? Using THC is basically the same as having an orgasm, having a penile orgasm. It's on the same level. It's on the same level of alcohol, and it's on the same level of penile orgasms. How do you feel, Shiva? Are you having a panic attack? Are you freaking out? I want you to ask a question to your deep mind. Who am I really? Who am I really? And what is the nature of my involvement with you? Now, what I would do is we would do a ayahuasca stream together. That would be cool. But people don't deserve that. I mean, that's the thing that people don't get, right? Like, you guys don't, most of you guys, you don't deserve that. Like, your minds are so sick and nasty that to see something that sacral, that with that much release, with that much energy, with that much passion, with that much purity, by the fireside, with the warm lighting, with the soft lighting, you don't deserve that. To see two spiritual dynamo, or one spiritual dynamo and one spiritual wannabe try to touch something deep inside of themselves and be vulnerable with the world. Most of you don't deserve that. $10 milligrams. Don't do drugs. This is the worst thing. You know, it's funny because I was thinking about I'd really like to smoke some fucking doobies these days. I'd like to get high. Because the last 50 pounds to 300, I need an assist. I need something to help push me. W's in the chat if you think Dr. Rob can reach 300 pounds. Don't talk about health. Don't talk about this or that. The sky's the limit. And when you come back, pastel, come back with a couple dollars in your pocket. Come back with a $50 bill. Are you drunk, Shiva? Are you high? Are you on drugs, Shiva? What are you doing? You look messed up, man. You look freaked out, man. You're having a panic attack, man. Do you realize what you just said on live stream, man? Do you realize what you were saying on the live stream? They manipulated you, man. They made you say stuff that you didn't want to say. They made you say stuff that you didn't want to say, man.
The real value is coming. The real expression in me is about to take shape.
I want somebody to start donating money to Dr. Rob. I've had a tough month. I've had a tough week. I've been sad. Oh, I've been sad. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. I've been feeling emotions. And Shiva, exactly as I said, you saw, I don't care what the live chat was. You saw the first comment that came on that YouTube video, didn't you? Exactly what, and I told my audience about it too. I told them that you were running it by me. You were testing it on me, that little fake sad live stream that you were going to do to appeal to your sycophantic, hopeless, middle-aged women that are putting money in your pocket while you're living at home with your mommy. Why don't they come over to have a little bit of wine with your mom while you sit up there and play your little video games? Huh? What are they doing? These middle-aged women looking at a young man living at his mom's house, throwing him a couple dollars bills to do a little bit of dances, a little bit of push-ups and pull-ups.
I love Sadhguru.
You love me. I'm your guru. I'm more of a guru than Sadhguru's ever been to you, buddy. I'm more of a teacher than Sadhguru has ever been to you. You better get a picture of me to put on your altar, Shiva. Yeah, there's your cards. There's your flashcards, buddy. And that's exactly what you need, because that's exactly what I am to you, an icon, a paradigm, an archetype. I am life. I gave you life. I gave you the life that you currently live, man. And you should be ashamed by how you treated me, how much you've taken from me, how little you've given back. If you guys want to see me really dig into Shiva, come over to my live stream, start donating hundreds of dollars to my PayPal. Start donating hundreds of dollars to my Cash App. Start donating hundreds of dollars to me. Damn right. But he's going to take it anyway to pay back his immense debt to me. Come on, everybody. Start sending hundreds of dollars on PayPal, on Cash App. YouTube takes 30%. I don't want you sending those donations on Super Chat. I want straight cash. I want everybody to chant it. Chant it together with me, everybody. Straight cash, straight cash, straight cash, straight cash. Shiva, I am inside of your mind. 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 These middle-aged women are out of control. I have TTS. You just have to donate to trigger it. I have a lot more advanced TTS than Shiva does, I'll tell you that.
Wow, my friends.
This guy's high as a kite on drugs. I'm not even joking. Look at him. He's literally took drugs. This guy literally took drugs. So much for being a vegan, Shiva. So much for the vegan lie. Yeah, because you don't trigger TTS. I don't sell TTS for $2, buddy. That's not enough to buy TTS. My TTS is $5. My TTS is $5. I am about to get so high right now. I am about to get so high. I am about to get so high. So high. So high. I'm about to get so high. So high. Oh. I'm about to get so fucking high that you're gonna piss your pants, Shiva. I'm the Joker, baby. I'm the Joker, baby. You want to know how I got these scars? I'll tell you. I'm the Joker, baby. See, Shiva, just start flipping out, man. Start acting crazy. Start acting totally crazy, man. Let's get these viewers up, man. Just start acting totally fucking crazy, alright? Just start flipping out, man. they donate? 2,000 rupees? Did they donate 2,000 rupees? Fuck that shit, man. I'm turning this off. You're gonna give me half of that. Oh my God, how much do they have to pay to get you to take that chip right now, buddy? How much do they have to pay to get you to take that chip right now? Come on, man. How much? How much, Shiva? How much do they have to donate to me? How much do they have to donate to me, Shiva? Come on, Shiva. How much, man? How much? How much, Shiva? You gonna take it right now? You gonna take it raw? You gonna take it without getting any donations, Shiva? Huh? You gonna be a dirty boy and take it without getting any donations? Do it, Shiva. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it, Shiva. Eat it. Eat that dirty chip. Eat that dirty, spicy chip, Shiva. Eat that dirty, spicy chip right now, Shiva. Show everybody how dirty you are now. How you're gonna be punished. Come on, Shiva. Eat that dirty chip, boy. Eat that dirty chip with that dirty mouth, boy. Come on, Shiva. Punish yourself. Punish yourself, Shiva. Stop donating to Shiva. I do not want to hear that fucking bell every 30 seconds with $2, everybody throwing little coins around. Stop that bullshit. I am not evil. I do not worship a broken Christ. I do not worship a broken God. I will create the sacrifice. I will create the sacrifice. I will create the sacrifice. Eat the dirtiest chip. Punish yourself. Punish yourself. Eat that spicy chip. Eat that dirty spicy chip with that dirty mouth. Eat that dirty spicy chip with that dirty mouth, you bad boy. You bad weed boy. You're a 420 boy, aren't you? Eat that dirty chip. Eat that spicy chip right now. Make that $199, KK. I've seen the house that you live in. You should be ashamed of yourself with that the little bit of money that you give Shiva, with how much time and attention he gives you. I've seen the net worth of that house, okay? Why don't you start giving some real money, KK, then you'll get some real respect from the doc. That's right. Bye-bye, KK. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, KK. Oh, put that banana in your mouth, Shiva. Put that dirty banana in your mouth. Shiva, turn your camera on. What are you doing? Turn your camera on right now, Shiva. And and put that dirty banana in that dirty mouth and eat it. Eat it like a dirty, oh my God, take a bite out of that big banana. Yeah, buddy. Well, we're starting this meditation center, KK. Don't you want to come out to Vietnam? Bring your family with you? We want to have your support, KK. Shiva, you're a bad boy, aren't you? Are you a bad boy or are you a good boy, Shiva? Which one is it? Are you a bad boy or a dirty boy, Shiva? Shiva, can you try? I understand you need to have the TTS on, but can you turn that down? Like, what are you doing with that screaming loud TTS, man? Please. It doesn't need to be maxed out volume. I can't stand that shit. Yeah, that's even louder. What are you doing? Turn that shit down, man. And I trained those people to donate, Shiva, using pure reverse psychology. So you can thank me for that too. I trained basically every one of the people who's watching your live stream is watching you in relationship to me. And I trained them to donate. And I taught them to donate.
Canadian dollars. Watch the video, Shiva.
Turn the fucking TTS down, you money freak, you money hungry monster. Turn it down. All the money that you've spent on fucking Isha garbage, Isha marketed garbage.
That's UE694202 Canadian dollars. Watch the video of my RC airplane.
All right. Okay, I will have to check it out after this.
Yeah, of course. Every person passing by that puts $2 in your pocket that's $2 Canadian dollars. It's like 75 cents.
We have to be a lot nicer to each other, a lot kinder to each other.
I'm not involved, nor do I believe in your little money-making game. I don't want anybody's money. I don't need anybody's money. So until you can get out from that swamp of hopeless greed and poverty and a poverty mindset, I have an abundancy mindset. I don't need 100 people giving me putting $2 in my begging bowl, my begging cap, and my sombrero that I put down in the street while I beg for people to give me a handout. I don't need anybody's money. Certainly don't need anybody's money just so I can have more money. What are you doing? Just sit down and ask Sadhguru to help you.
Guy 34, $2. Shiva, don't forget to hydrate, brother.
He took a 10 milligram edible. What do you mean, don't forget to hydrate? He's taken barely nothing. There's nothing to hydrate for. He's not even high. He's just pretending. He's putting on a show like he always does. He's not high. If he probably didn't even take weed. If he was high, he would not be on live stream. He'd be freaking out somewhere. He's just doing a gimmick and doing a show to scam you guys out of money. That's it. And I hope he keeps doing it. Put that chip in your mouth and eat it, Shiva. Because you guys are too stupid to realize what he's doing. So take the money. Let him have your money. Just eat it. Can you imagine pretending to be a Isha guru while smoking weed and begging for $2 donations on TTS on a live stream?
Can you stop that, please?
What do you mean, can I stop that? Stop what?
Guy 34, $2. Can't deny those growing people's wrong. Lol.
Let's all give a round of appreciation for my friend Dr. Rob. Mr. Rob, thank you very much for being you.
Can you change the settings on your mic or something, man? Thank you.
19. Yep. And it's gonna be very spicy.
No, Oleander, but that's a very good thing to do. And it happens naturally. But if you take a vow, you'll get more benefit. You'll do it longer if you have a vow. That's the power of vow. Or you won't do it more with a vow. Nobody else can waste your time. Only you can waste your own time. When we learn to meditate, we learn how to not waste any time. So what's going on, Shiva?
Just
You don't have mic settings on this phone? There's all this weird background noise.
Several years of coming here, foreign students have tremendous blessings. And this is the result of the wisdom from the great Sunims here of the past. And I came here and discovered many great temples. Many Sunims are enlightened. Many Sunims whose disciples are enlightened. Buddhism here in Korea are very strong in Don. You appreciate Yavatamsaka, Dabador. There's Tripitaka here, the Tripitaka store here, and the very good training programs here. And also, not only that, but in general, the Korean culture is remarkable. It is a culture of hard work and cooperation. And after all these years, I come to the conclusion, there's no doubt that Korea is a very important bastion for Buddhism or Mahayana in Asia.
W's in the chat for that.
What's production and extinction? Production is something that arises. Extinction is something that dies. What rises? Thought. A thought arises and a thought dies. That's production and extinction. Production and extinction. So our minds are full of production and extinction. We are continually thinking, giving rise to thoughts, and they die. You think, then we create a thought and it dies. We create a thought and it dies. That's why we are always constantly suffering. We are subject to production and extinction. Notice the subtlety of the teaching here. Why do you give rise to production and extinction? Every time you have production and extinction, whose fault is it? Worldly people say, it's not my fault. It's because they insulted me, and therefore it makes me upset. So the worldly people blame their suffering, blame their reactions to others. They say, they provoked me. The worldly people blame their afflictions on others. On the surface, it seems to make sense. However, in Buddhism, we go back deeper. We say, why did you react to it? Why did you have to react to it? What's production and extinction? Production is something that arises. Extinction is something that dies. What rises? Thought. A thought arises and a thought dies. That's production and extinction. Production and extinction. So our minds are full of production and extinctions. We are continually thinking, giving rise to thoughts, and they die. You think, then we create a thought and it dies. We create a thought and it dies. That's why we are always constantly suffering. We are subject to production and extinction. Notice the subtlety of the teaching here. Why do you give rise to production and extinction? Every time you have production and extinction, whose fault is it? Worldly people say, it's not my fault. It's because they insulted me. Therefore, it makes me upset. So the worldly people blame their suffering, blame their reactions to others. They say, they provoked me. The worldly people blame their afflictions on others. On the surface, it seems to make sense. However, in Buddhism, we go back deeper. We say, why did you react to it? Why did you have to react to it? What's production and extinction? Production is something that arises. Extinction is something that dies. What rises? Thought. A thought arises and a thought dies. That's production and extinction. Production and extinction. So our minds are full of production and extinctions. We are continually thinking, giving rise to thoughts, and they die. You think, then we create a thought and it dies. We create a thought and it dies. That's why we are always constantly suffering. We are subject to production and extinction. Notice the subtlety of the teaching here. Why do you give rise to production and extinction? Every time you have production and extinction, whose fault is it? Worldly people say, it's not my fault. It's because they insulted me. Therefore, it makes me upset. So the worldly people blame their suffering, blame their reactions. When you're taught to give, there is so much that you can do. And you run to your own limit. When you run to your limit, that's when true giving begins. That's our path. Yes, in Mahayana, you learn from any Mahayana teacher, it says give. So okay, you go and give.
네, 물론 대승에서는 대승 스승들이
It's a good thing to give.
주는
Go
거.
home and give. Go to work and give. Go to church and give. All those are good things. All those are giving paramitas. But for our people, the true cultivation of the paramita giving begins when you struggle. You don't struggle.
이 분투하지 않으면
It's only when you struggle and you still are willing to give, that's when it matters. Just in our practice, nothing about our practice is easy. When it's difficult to give, this is when you learn
때
about
배웁니다.
giving. You learn nothing. You give $5, doesn't bother you at all, then you really are not learning anything. All you're getting is blessings. You get richer in the future, not right
미래,
now. You're
지금
poor for
당장은
now.
아님.
But your wisdom doesn't increase until later. In our small world, when you
작은
give,
세계에서
and you give until the point where you actually start struggling, continue to give. When you are able to give a little bit more, something wonderful happens.
근데
Your heart grows. Just because you give a little bit more than you are capable of. When you're taught to give, there is so much that you can do. And you run to your own limit. When you run to your limit, that's when true giving begins. That's our path. Yes, in Mahayana, you learn from any Mahayana teacher, it says give. So okay, you go and give.
네, 물론 대승에서는 대승 스승들이
It's a good thing to give.
주는
Go
거.
home and give. Go to work and give. Go to church and give. All those are good things. All those are giving paramitas. But for our people, the true cultivation of the paramita
진정한
giving begins when you struggle. You don't struggle.
이 분투하지 않으면
It's only when you struggle and you still are willing to give, that's when it matters. Just in our practice, nothing about our practice is easy. When it's difficult to give, this is when you learn
그때
about
배웁니다.
giving. You learn nothing. You give $5, doesn't bother you at all, then you really are not learning anything. All you're getting is blessings. You get richer in the future, not right
미래.
now. You're
지금
poor for
당장은
now.
아님.
But your wisdom doesn't increase until later. In our small world, when you
작은
give,
세계에서
and you give until the point where you actually start struggling, continue to give. When you are able to give a little bit more, something wonderful happens.
근데
Your heart grows. Just because you give a little bit more than you are capable of. When you're taught to give, there is so much that you can do. And you run to your own limit. When you run to your limit, that's when true giving begins. That's our path. Yes, in Mahayana, you learn from any Mahayana teacher, it says give. So, okay, you go and give.
네, 물론
I
대승에서는 대승
I
스승들이
give. It's a good thing to give.
주는
Go
거.
home and give. Go to work and give. Go to church and give. All those are good things. All those.
This is something that's, that I feel is important for people to understand. Shiva has the capacity to be a Dharma teacher or to be a meditation teacher, but he has very little experience doing that, and he has basically zero interest or willingness to do that currently. So it's just something to keep in mind for people who are, parasocially aligning with Shiva. He's not in the business of sharing the Dharma or teaching the Dharma. He primarily is using YouTube as a way to make money. So, Shiva is a friend, but he's not someone I would go to for any kind of Dharma teachings, frankly.
Another way for you to get rid of your afflictions is to look at them. When you look at ourselves, wonderful things happen. Ordinary people are trained, are taught to look outside, but cultivators like us are
우리와
trained
같은.
to look inside. When you take the time to look at yourself, here's what naturally happens. You trim the things that you don't like, things that are not necessary for you. You naturally shed. This is what ordinary people forget to do. They learn to analyze, they learn to look outside, but they
외부를.
never learn to look at themselves. So that's why they may have beautiful things outside, but inside, the heart are unhappy. Another way for you to get rid of your afflictions is to look at them. When you look at ourselves, wonderful things happen. Ordinary people are trained, are taught to look outside, But cultivators like us are
우리와
trained to
같은
look inside. When you take the time to look at yourself, here's what naturally happens. You trim the things that you don't like, things that are not necessary for you. You naturally shed. This is what ordinary people forget to do. They learn to analyze, they learn to look outside, but they
외부를
never learn to look at themselves. So that's why they may have beautiful things outside, but inside, the heart are unhappy. Another way for you to get when you cannot let go of love of your child. Look at your child, oh, I love you, I love you. That's the only thing you can think of. Because of that, I told you, it's like wearing the glasses here. My glasses creates a distortion. I don't see your true form anymore. Depending on the angle, your face is kind of either longer or bigger or longer, depends. So when you are stuck on love for your daughter, love for your mother, love for your father, it's like looking through some lenses that's called love. Yeah? When you see love through these lenses, there's a distortion of the form. When you have no more lenses, that's when you have no more distortion. Therefore, you see clearer. That's why illumine is make it clearer. Form makes clearer emptiness. Emptiness makes form clearer. When you love your child, you look at your child and say, oh, she's so cute, so adorable. And that distorts all your vision and all your actions. And that's what love does to you. It distorts your views. When you have true emptiness, you can love. When you need to look at clearly, you say, okay, look with how the love glances. That's the difference. What are kind words? The words that come from a kind heart. Just like kind words is just a word you say that people like to hear. No, it's the words that come from your kind heart. If you're kind-hearted, your mind is kind-hearted, things you say tend to become kind words, tend to be perceived as kind words. However, don't take this wrong. Sometimes out of being kind-hearted, you may want to insult people. You may want to do so and so. And that's also considered kind words to me. Be careful about it. It's not about being dishonest. And so depending on the recipient, sometimes they cannot take the harsh words, therefore you refrain from saying harsh words. But actually sometimes when they're tough, you have to use harsh words. It's no one size fits all, folks. It depends, but it's from a kind heart. That's why I keep on teaching you. We practice kindness and compassion. You're kind, then things you say will be kind words. What are kind words? The words that come from a kind heart. Just like kind words is just a word you say that people like to hear. No, it's the words that come from your kind heart.
It has happened. But generally speaking, monasteries want younger people because they're more easily molded. You know, less years of being, less years of developing habits that will be hard to break. Now, again, I don't. The major downside of a young person ordaining is they don't have years of practice and they don't have life experience. Right? Those are two huge downsides. This is why I've known 3, 4, 5 young people who are monastics who are disrobed. You need a very special place, like in Abhayagiri, that has the support for young people to get through. If they don't have, they don't have years of practice, they don't have years of life experience. So there's always that little niggling feeling, that little thought, oh, don't miss out on life. Don't you want to get married or have a job or whatever? Now on the other end.
Kindness is a kind of honesty that makes us uncomfortable. And we learn to humble ourselves totally. The more humble that someone can be, the more open you can be with them. And it's our arrogance that gets us into all the trouble and makes it so that we miss out on a lot of different opportunities, or we don't make the best use of opportunities. Because we have some idea, not just about what's going on in that situation with that person, but we also have a certain kind of idea about the world and reality and life. And so when we're approaching the Dharma, kindness, when we have a very big ego, can be exceedingly harsh, actually, especially for Westerners, because we don't have much background in faith in Buddhism or faith and understanding of self-sacrifice and how necessary self-sacrifice is to be worthy, let's say, of working with a teacher, or worthy of receiving support. And usually the people who work with a lot of people are people who are trying to get something from the people that they're working with. And when you're a Dharma teacher or a spiritual teacher, you're not actually looking to get things from other people. You're living through your merits. So any kind of work that you do is basically going to be volunteer work. And the monetary incentive could be convenient, could be helpful, could be useful, but it's not even secondary or tertiary. It's just an irrelevant side effect. And it can be very important for some people to have a monetary aspect in the relationship with a teacher, because without that, it would just take so much time and energy and attention from the teacher to get you out of your ego's position of authority or equality, which is very important in working with somebody who's way, way more experienced than you in what you would like to get more experience with. That's why I always challenge people about money. It's not a matter of, let's call and let's have a conversation. It's about you humbling yourself and being open enough to receive teaching or guidance. And until you're in that position, it's all just chatter. It's all just yapping. And especially when you're doing that online, it's very difficult to have any kind of development through that. Especially when working with a younger, less experienced teacher such as myself. It's just like playing chess. If you're not very experienced in chess and you play someone who's quite a little bit more experienced than you, but actually has a very low ELO score, is not actually very good at chess, but you basically are not good at chess at all. Hopefully you're humble enough to understand that, right? You wouldn't be able to tell the difference between that person who's just a little bit experienced versus a master chess player. You would have no capacity to tell the difference between that at all. So this is why the humbleness is so important, because then you can actually receive guidance, you can receive teaching, you can receive whatever that teacher has to give you, whatever resources they can actually provide to you. Then you can see how much that benefits you or not. But it's very difficult for us to understand as, normal people, general beginners on the path, how much humbleness is necessary to be realistic about what you're trying to approach and what you're trying to understand. And the gravitas of that. That's why it's good if we can show up in person at a monastery or a meditation center.
It is true that I've heard that it will lead to rebirth in heaven, but this isn't supported in the suttas. Sure, yeah, it is. Now, doing good deeds, you will be in the heavenly realms. There's no guarantee that it's the next life, though. That's what's not supported in the suttas. There are some few karmas, like the heavy karmas we were talking about before, that pretty much will determine your next life. But most of the time, what is determining your next life, as far as we can tell, it's like we don't know the full workings of karma. We can't. It might as well just be a crapshoot. Like we're just going to roll a dice, and karma from a billion years ago, a lifetime billion years ago comes up, and that's going to determine your next life, right? So you kind of have to, and this is it's almost like a trick. Not really a trick, but it's almost kind of like people will say, oh, well, then that sounds like a waste. No, actually, if you understood the grand view of the samsaric state, one good deed in 1/4 of 1 hour of a day is not a waste, because you want more and more good karma in your vast storehouse and less bad karma, which will lead to more births where you can practice the Dhamma, practice generosity, do good deeds, and that kind of snowballs. That more and more good. You still have lots of bad karma from past life. So everybody does. We have a vast storehouse of both. But the idea is that no act of good is ever a waste. So who knows? This is what I tell people. I say, listen, if I don't become at least a stream enter in this lifetime, my next lifetime I could be like a female kangaroo. Who knows? So that's not up to me. I don't have any control over that. What I have control over is me developing the Noble Eightfold Path right here, now in this life. And however that will eventually lead to the ending of my suffering. My next life, I don't know. I'm looking at a grander scheme. I'm looking at further than just the next life. Whatever life I finish the job and become free from suffering. And to get to that life, and even maybe I'll go to hell realms, in this realm, in that realm, and who knows what realm. But eventually, because of my past practice, I will be born again in a place with the Dhamma. I will be able to practice the Dhamma and eventually become awakened. So now, hopefully, that job is kind of done. I'm definitely, at minimum, I'm shooting for stream enter this life, but I'm really trying to go for the end. But if you, what's that statement like? Aim for the moon. If you miss the moon, you'll end up in the stars or something like that, which is kind of sounds, it's the meaning of that just makes no sense to the actual logistics of the moon and the stars. But the idea is that aim aim for something high, and then maybe, you might not get all the way, but you'll get a consolation prize. And as Bhante Gunaratana says, stream entry is a
Or a constellation prize.
money back guarantee, right? So like that's a heck of a prize. If I don't become awakened in this life, at least if I become a stream enter, 7 more lifetimes, 99% of suffering gotten rid of, that's the way to go. Stream entry is the way to go.
It's such a shame too, because you learn about Buddhism and you learn about the things that attract your ego. So naturally, being a good person, doing good deeds, suffering and meditation, that doesn't really attract our ego. What attracts our ego at the beginning is getting enlightenment, attaining non-duality, becoming a stream enterer, becoming an arahat, becoming a bodhisattva. And so, you want to be able to talk to people about this stuff. You want to be able to ask questions to people and have dialogues and be challenged, especially the more experience you get. And those you just can't find those things. It's not accessible. It's not available. And that's why when Bhante here was talking about, this Bhante Jayasara, talking about, about monastic life and young people ordaining and then disrobing, it's more a matter of accessibility and the lack of accessibility for Western people to seriously get involved with the Dharmic path, and connect with people that have experience, in-depth, meaningful experience, have trained with meditation masters, have lived at monasteries, have attended intensive retreats, to have dialogues with these people, to ask questions, to receive shared meaningful experience. And it's very, very difficult to find. You'll find a lot of people who are advertising themselves as having a deep understanding and getting it. Most of those people don't have much real experience. And even then, I really aspire to this accessible, open dialogue space. You also can't really find that. I wish that kind of space existed online. A bunch of Western men, Western women that, have this experience, are available to talk about it and can respect each other according to their experience level or their knowledge of the suttas. But we don't have much capacity to have challenging dialogues with each other, certainly not based on the suttas, because most people are not well read, but also in terms of our practical experience on the path, because of how challenging that is to our ego. To have someone say that's not correct or that doesn't make sense, or even what do you mean by that? And then to reference other teachers and explore that and unpack that. So that's a difficulty that I have in trying to host these spaces. There's not many people to talk to. Not many people to have a deep dialogue with, challenging dialogue. There's quite a few spaces where you can come together and meditate, but if that space is, the main focus of it is that we are meditating for ourselves together, there's a problem with that. There's a really hard limit in that. And that's not what monastic life really represents or is meant to embody. It's the fullness of the path. It's the totality of the reality of the Dharma. A desire to accept suffering is a great incentive, definitely. Yeah, that's good. You know, we're thinking so much about our health, our mental health, our physical health. And none of that is actually dharmic. It's just a cope. Cope to see ourselves in time, to see ourselves in the view of a persona, of a person, at a place, at a time, in a situation. You have to meditate. You have to, when you're here, you have to try to meditate. When you can understand the idea of the present, you have to try to meditate with that. It's not just an idea.
Bhante Sujato had a little commentary about him being 120. Sangara Kitta. Even at retreat, he doesn't heed the counsel of the one with supreme compassion for his welfare. He lives with unrestrained faculties like a young deer in the woods. Oh, hello, Rick. Good to see you. It's been a while. Hope you're doing better than you have been in the past, or at least being stronger every day to manage it. Usappa. The trees on the mountaintops have grown tall, freshly sprinkled with towering clouds. For Usappa, who loves seclusion, who thinks only of wilderness, goodness flourishes more and more. Ah, wilderness. It's been far too long since I've been in wilderness. Actually, it literally might be almost a year ago when I was at Abhayagiri. It might be a year since I've really been in wilderness. Even Abhayagiri, it's kind of wilderness, but oh. Genta. Going forth is hard, living at home is hard. Dhamma is profound, money is hard to come by. Getting by is difficult for we who accept whatever comes, so we should always think about impermanence. Hello, Monk Life. Hope you're doing well.
You know what I mean? You look at this. This is Bhante Jayasara Maggaseka, good ordination, right? Well, I'm still here. We refresh and we restart, Mac Guy, but I've got to tell you, I've had difficulties dealing with the trolls, dealing with disingenuous people. And, I have a pretty high bar and high challenge for people that I'm willing to work with directly. So, you're very welcome, Mac Guy, but we need to have some real conversations, and you need to take responsibility that you're approaching me. I'm not approaching you. And that my job here is not really to be a friend to someone. I mean, there sometimes I have a wife. My wife is definitely a friend, my friend. So it's you have to kind of see it as if you were approaching somebody who ran a course or was kind of doing this teaching work, and they're available and they're accessible to you, and they say, look, you want more support, we have this tier, we have that tier, that's how much it costs, etc. And that's a hard truth of life. I mean, if you wanted to practice with my teacher, who would be happy to support you for the rest of your life financially, right? And for whatever you needed, you'd probably have to go in person to a retreat around a bunch of difficult people, and you'd have to suffer. You'd have to go through hell. And I can't put myself in this position where I'm like pretending that this is not a meditation center, or this is not a monastery, or this is not a place for people to train. I can't pretend that I'm your friend. I don't want to pretend that I'm anybody's friend. If you're interested in Buddhism and meditation and you're approaching me, regardless of all the ego sauce, just in terms of this body, just take out the mind. This body has thousands of times more experience in the subject that you're interested in than you do. And you have to approach that with so much humbleness and so much respect, which I understand isn't realistic for a lot of people, because of the way that the way that I've carried myself and presented myself at times. But also, like I was saying, look at this Bhante Jayasara guy. This guy was ordained at a very highly regarded monastery in America. He's been doing the same thing for like 10 years. He has a daily schedule for a weekly 2-hour live stream of Dhamma. He's a very good character, very good guy, well-read, well-experienced in meditation, one of the very few Western monks. He's been platformed by the other famous Western monks. You know what I'm saying? Like all the Western monks that are active on social media. And this guy's doing his regularly scheduled live thing where you can come and participate with a Western monk. And there's 7 people there. The average viewer is 5 to 10 people. So Buddhism is not something, when it's actually shared authentically, it's not something that most Western people are going to want, regardless of the character that's presenting it. Now, if this guy spoke, I can assure you, if this guy spoke Sinhalese, if this guy spoke Burmese, and he was the same kind of situation and regularly teaching, he'd have, 20, 30, 40, 50, he'd have tons of people, Buddhist people, that would like to listen to him and practice with him at a regularly scheduled event. He'd have parents that were, making sure that their children were joining in and listening, and all those kinds of things. So this is Magaseka, student of the path. I'll post it for you here. Hey, Eagle. So we try to have fun here. We try to create an environment where people are curious, people are interested, where it's a space on a good road where people will come by, in a good location. And the next step is making a meditation center here in Vietnam. And if we do get to the point where we're going to make a meditation center here in Vietnam, it's probably going to be because of some invested parties. And then, we'll make a website for the meditation center, not a website for me. And we'll go from there. But I am open to mentor people. I am open to work with more people directly, but it's on my terms. It's not going to be on anybody else's terms. Certainly not going to be making friends. If you want to be my friend, you can come to live here in Vietnam. Then we can be friends. So people get all these ideas about money, but money doesn't help me very much. Money doesn't have a lot of use for me in my life. I can't see much use for money. Somebody wants to give me hundreds of thousands of dollars, I guess that would be, I'd say, oh my, I'd say, what am I going to do with that? Probably make a meditation center. And then what? Pay a small amount of monthly bills for the meditation center. So the whole money thing is it's just a broken meme. My life would probably be better if I had less money. So that's why I'm so free to, invite and invoke people about money, because what am I going to do with you give me a couple $100, what am I going to do with that? It's not going to help my life. It's not going to improve the quality of my life. And it can be very wasteful as well. It's like, okay, I've got the Sony EV10 Mark I. How about, get a better camera? Well, this camera is better enough. This is better, This is better enough. I'm going to buy a better hookah. I should have bought a better hookah when I first bought the hookah, but I didn't think I would use it as much as I have. A better computer, this computer's better enough. Better headphones, these headphones are better enough. A better place to live, this place is better enough. Starting the meditation center isn't about me having a better place. It's about making a place that other people can come and live and stay for the long term. So it's a bit of a W about the money thing, because how's money going to make my life better? How's you giving me a couple hundred? How's every single person in this live chat giving me a couple $100 really going to make my life better? It's not. And you may be able to apply that to your own life in your own mind as well, if you really look at what your life is and where your life is. Now, if I was homeless in Seattle or New York or Chicago or Colorado, everybody here giving me a couple $100 would probably make my life a lot better. But I wouldn't choose to do that. You know, I'd live at my teacher's monastery if I was homeless, if I was broke. So it's nice to be able to, at least for me, for my mind, for me communicating with the community, it's really nice to say that authentically. It really makes my heart feel good to say that authentically. If everybody here gave me a couple $100, it wouldn't make a difference. That's why I get on Shiva so hard, because you know, he's got this idea that like he's just going to keep making money, and that's a life goal.
Just trying.
Hello? Are you going to send me the account, or are you going to make me what are you going to do so I can stream on your channel?
You want me to send you the link?
No. I thought you meant you were going to give me your account details so I could log into YouTube on my computer and live stream on your channel.
Oh, no, that's against community guidelines.
No, it's not.
Well, it's against my guidelines.
Well, just do it anyway. You're high. So just do it. Bye.
Because,
Set up a Discord call. Make an announcement.
all right, later.
You know, I had to leave that live stream with Shiva because he's acting absolutely ridiculously and inappropriately. No, he's literally, no offense to Shiva, he's a businessman or whatever he is, he's literally just doing this stuff to make money. Period. And then somebody comes up and says, well, what's so wrong with that? It's that it has nothing to do with the Dharma. It has nothing to do with teaching or sharing the Dharma. That's what's wrong with that. You're not interested in the Dharma, so there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think about tomorrow. So how am I supposed to be thinking about, my bills in the long term or something like that? It's just not who I am. It's just not the situation that I'm in. It's not about devaluing money or spitting on money. I understand money can be very useful, in helping others. I'd like to see, how I can do that, how I can leverage that, how I can use my money to help others more. I wouldn't say Shiva is fake. He's just not interested in teaching the Dharma. And like, for example, there are people out there that do feel that Shiva has a connection to the Dharma, and I guess I'm one of them, because otherwise I wouldn't enjoy him, I wouldn't deal with him. But like this idea for Hung was saying, actually, that me and Shiva could try and do a course or a meditation retreat or something like that online. First of all, Shiva wouldn't do that because he's just trying to monetize his time. But if we did do that, something like that in person, Shiva would first have to go through an entire reorientation in terms of what he's doing and how he's practicing and how he's working with other people. At least to meet my standards. Shiva's not a yogi currently. He's a content creator. He's a social media influencer. Nobody's here, Chris. That's just your ego talking, Chris. I know nothing is just ego. You're arrogant. You're arrogant about your understanding of the Dharma, and you don't have the practice to back it up. If we work together, it will be much less difficult to not have to worry about our survival. But our egos don't allow us to do that. Our egos don't allow us to work with each other because we're expecting something from each other. And that expectation from the other doesn't allow us to be together. And not practicing being together, there's no real capability or capacity to work together or to collaborate together. Where do we go? We go to Dalat? I guess so.
Today?
Sure.
Totally?
Yeah, sure.
How many days?
We don't know how many days. We just go to check.
Okay, haha.
Go to see tiger.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And me and Hung, we've seen a lot of properties in Dalat, around the $100,000 mark. Now, if we can pay up front, we can probably get like a 20 or 30% discount on the property. And in terms of loans, I have no idea what that will look like, but it's about 10% or more, 10% minimum for loans, and we still need maybe, 20, around $20,000 as a down payment if we did take out a Vietnamese banking loan. And some of the property, this one property we saw was really perfect. It was about, how much, honey? That place? The place in Dalat? 2.5 billion. Yeah, we can get discount, right? 2.5 billion. Yes, that's like about $100,000, but that place actually had two bathtubs already, and it has like a big coffee place area as well. And just the view of the mountains and the clouds, absolutely amazing. No, we're going to drive our bike, Pinnacle. We're going to drive the bike. So I think Hung's starting to pack now. We just take 2 backpacks. Hung wears one backpack on her back, and the other backpack we put inside the bike. The student application it's more of a mental thing. And if your mental is such that you would like to be a student, you can pick an amount, probably a few $100s, that you want to donate a month, and you use that as the seed of your practice of self-sacrifice, like your surrender, your humbleness to the teacher. And then we can have some calls and we can talk about what to do, what you want to do, what's going on currently in your life, what your current difficulties are. I can tell you, how to work with it on a perspective. I'm more of a perspective-based teacher or wisdom element teacher, but also the basic things like the precepts, doing the good deeds, stuff like that. And it's 100% more of a mental thing. Like I've had many students, many people taking me as a teacher, especially for meditation, but also for Dharma. And it's more like opening your heart, opening your mind, and putting yourself in that position. If you put yourself in that position, then I can meet you there and I can support you there. But that's up to you. I'm not trying to coerce or to get anybody to do that. Yeah, money is important. Money is valuable. Money is useful, right? But in terms of the mind that I identify with, the self that I identify with, everybody in the, 30 people giving me a couple $100 right now, it doesn't really make a difference for how I relate to my own mind and the quality of my life, at least not in the foreseeable future. Yeah, homestay and they call it cloud watching or cloud seeking, something like that. Why did I abandon monkhood? I didn't. There is no I. It's Buddhism, no self. In Buddhism, there are 3 marks of reality. We could say 3 marks of truth as well. Anatta, anicca, dukkha. So anatta means no self. There is no self. There is no real true person in a real true story. Identity belief is wrong view. So when you ask me, why did I abandon monkhood? I respond by alleviating you and me of the wrong view of someone that abandoned something or practiced something or experienced something. It's just that we can say that, but actually it doesn't have anything to do with our heart. We're in a kind of fervor. We're worked up. You know what I mean? And we're saying that because we know those words, but it doesn't actually mean anything to our experience. Yeah, Jim Carrey is also, I don't know who he got linked up with, but I wish he would have got linked up with me. I'd rather be a real millionaire than basically a millionaire according to my resources and basic needs and all that for the next, years. Taking somebody as a teacher is no joke. It's a very humbling experience. And taking life as a teacher, all the more humbling. No, those are the 3 poisons, reason. Lobha, moha, dosa, greed, anger, and delusion. This is a bonsai tree, and it's my bonsai tree, right? You're not here speaking, you're not in front of the camera, so it's my bonsai tree. And it's my job to choose which branches to prune and which not to, It's not your job to pick what goes on at my house. And to take a teacher is like inviting someone to your house to choose what you do with your house and what you choose to do there. So naturally, we wouldn't like that. And a reason that we reminisce or we worry or we feel like this internal struggle or we feel that we're hopeless or we're visionless, like we can't live freely, we can't be freely, is because we're static. There's no dynamism in our life. We're just doing the same thing over and over and over again. We're in a state of stasis. So of course, we're just ruminating on the notion, on the idea of ourselves. And, you can keep doing that forever. And eventually you got to jump. The more that you're willing and able to jump, the more that you can be free from that stasis of your ego, of the self as you've known it up to now.
Yeah. How are you doing, Bante?
Oh, namaskaram.
Just give me a second. I can't hear you. 1 sec.
Okay.
All right, now I can hear you, brother.
Yeah. Where are you?
Delhi.
You're in Delhi. You're at the family home.
At the family home now. Now it's turned in where you stayed. That's turned into an office now. So now that's the home office, and I live next door, and then the parents live downstairs.
Sounds beautiful.
It's really nice. It's really nice.
So you-
How are you? Where are you?
So I'm with my wife here at our apartment in Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam.
Oh, you got married. That's amazing, dude. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
I see you in Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh. Sick. Now, are you settling there, or are you still moving? I remember you were moving.
Well, like I said, we're looking to start a meditation center in Vietnam, in the mountain area.
Okay. And it's gonna be like with another society or like organization, right?
Well, it's going to be under the umbrella of my teacher's organization, but
I know.
his organization it's very ad hoc. It's
Okay.
it's very
But
much
then yeah,
like
I remember when I spoke to your French friend. You remember her? What was her name?
I don't know.
Didn't like you had a monk that you knew for a lot? She was your contact in Bodh Gaya because she was already there with your master, and she's French. She's also a nun.
She what?
She's a nun.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, I remember she was telling me how ad hoc it is. So, but I'm down to collaborate, bro. I'm down to like if you can get someone in a robe to come and give like a meditation lesson online, then that's like hugely helpful. That's hugely also validating because we're trying to get as much. We're a baby institute, so as much like institutional validation we can get. So if we're also associated under that umbrella that you're talking about, then that's also great for us.
Huh. Well, I could put on a robe, sannyasin robe, or yogi robe or something like. Because I'm a Dharma teacher in that tradition, so.
I know you are. I mean, I've listened to you talk Dharma a lot, so I know you are. Yeah, I'm down. The thing is, you know what I mean. It's all. I don't have to explain to you that, it's all a bit of a play, right? We have to put on a bit of a dog and pony show. So that's why I'm talking about the robe, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, we could definitely do something like that. So are you doing online stuff? Are you holding like sessions or seminars or?
Yeah, basically like academic seminars, right? We're in the process of being hosted formally by a big medical university. And they're going to be our institution review board, IRB. So basically, it's going to be a clinically backed, research grade health intervention, but delivered at a luxury setting.
Wow. Yeah. Well, that's we'd like to do that too here in Vietnam.
Yeah, dude, for sure. You can be one of our field sites, but we have to also test the soil. That's the thing, because we're healing soil to gut to human health to cultural health.
Well, that's a big thing we want to do. We want to reinvigorate the soil, and we want to do a lot of, especially like humanure, but a lot of deep composting, and really make it a fertile ground for organic, like organic cilantro and organic, what's the Tulsi, organic Tulsi, and those kind of high vibration herbs.
Yeah, vibration.
Do a greenhouse. We want to do a humanure greenhouse. I've got a real fascination with coming back to the land and connecting with the soil. That's big for me.
For sure, man, dude. So we're definitely gonna collaborate, man, because there's so much overlap, and we know each other for a long time, Bante, isn't it? A few years now.
Yeah.
So those things, you introduced me to your master. That was obviously helpful for me to get that current at that time,
Yeah.
And I went through it hard. Obviously things are going really well now. So I'm really glad that we reconnected,
Yeah. What's the story with that website? Because I saw that website and my brain exploded instantaneously.
I love it.
It's very refined and subtle, and the language and stuff. Is that your mom that does that, or?
That's me. That's me.
You wrote all that stuff with Claude.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah. I know. Thank you, brother. I mean, it's all crazy shit. It's crazy shit been happening. The world is a bit crazy. You know that.
It's a very crazy world. I don't know how much of my teachings you've seen recently, but we've done a lot of wild teachings, like crazy wisdom stuff, just trying to give a mirror back to the world. And I'm kind of phasing out of that, but
it's performance art,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I understand it, but I'm an artist, We're artist family, so we get it, But so what's the next step? I mean, the next step is you can send me like preliminary stuff that you have, and we can start. You can give me the name of the upcoming retreat center, upcoming Dharma center, let's say, and then we can get the ball rolling for sure.
Yeah. Let's try. I mean, I have to admit, I'm really excited about this project. I'm really passionate about it, and I think it can be something special. I already have the experience of, I ran our monastery in South Italy for a number of months, and that was really great. It worked very well. And I'm looking to give people a place where they can land, they can come and have a holistic experience. They can come and learn about my teacher, come and learn about Tabarwa, and really bring a potent space that can bridge the divide between the East and the West, but that's also grounded in the land, grounded in the soil,
for sure,
grounded in that perspective.
It's totally aligned, I hear it and I feel it. But one question I think I should ask is like, do you think you can have like, are there any universities around there in Vietnam? So for example, we have a partnership also in Thailand with the University of Chiang Mai.
Yeah, the Buddhist university, right? Or is it a different one? There's a major Buddhist university in Chiang Mai.
Oh yeah, it's not that one. It's the state university. It's the city university. Like it's the public university. But I know Chiang Mai is huge on Buddha Dharma. So I know what you mean. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a massive Buddhist university there. So like any academic contact that you could make in the meantime, or like just put feelers out into, that's also like very useful for the broader project.
Yeah. That's. I think that's very doable.
Awesome, man. Awesome. I mean, let's keep in close contact then. You send me your stuff, and I'll start working on because what we do in partnering, basically, I get the stuff from whatever institution I'm partnering with. Then I think of how to stitch it together within our architecture, but keeping you independent, keeping you sovereign, right? Not that you subsume into our architecture. It's how to keep everything sovereign. Everyone in the thing is sovereign, but how we can knit together like a healthy connection. So whenever you feel like or you feel ready, just send me whatever stuff you have on your upcoming center, and I'll start working on a formal letter of support or a formal memorandum of understanding (MOU) between our center and yours.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, well, I'm going to get back to my live stream. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, too. And maybe I'll be tuning in here and there to your live stream. I'll pop in now and again to say hello.
Okay, yeah. Welcome anytime.
All right, brother. Talk to you soon.
Namaste. Maybe it's a cope, but I don't really believe in any of that stuff. So as our team grows, I think we can all fill in. We can all do what we're good at, what we're skillful at, and we can try. But I'm more of an underground leader. I don't want to be the face of anything. And but yeah, he's definitely on page, and I just hate to be totally honest that I can't, my brain doesn't work that way for a lot of things. But really, it's a Tabarwa center, and the Monk Life Meditation brand is, likely going to fade away as we do more in-person work and more integrated work with the broader Tabarwa organization. I can see that happening. And I actually have some experimentation planned in the near future to see what current internal dynamics come up when brought into external stimuli that's in line with what I just talked about. So, but I do have faith that we can get to that point, and that we will be successful in that. I'm sure that we will. So how's everybody feeling? How's everybody doing? So I really believe in this way of doing things because I've been involved in so many organizations that it gets to a point where everything's finished, like the door is closed. And there's not really any more room for new ideas or new people or new perspectives. It's just kind of, everybody needs to fill in the spaces that have already been pre-established. And I find a lot of value in the spaceless opening of positionless presence that each one of us can embody. And we can offer a lot from that place. I think it's good to be hopeful about the potentialities and the capacities of people to connect, to share. Okay, no rush. Take 2 days to get there. Yeah.
Buddha taught about everything arises from condition. Everything will perish from conditions. Conditions meaning that it happened because of some reasons. That's what it means. This event here happened because of certain aiding conditions, aiding circumstance. Same thing. It will also disappear with some aiding conditions as well. That's all it means. It means that something happened because there's a reason, for a reason, and will stop for a reason. It's so fundamental, wisdom. Now, there is a tendency for people to keep on wanting to know why. Why did it happen to me? Let them find out. Those people, let them find out. Try to find out why it happened to them. You want to try here's a problem, you try to understand what happened to them. Those conditions that made this event happen is multi-layered, so many layers. If you ask someone, they tell you one reason, one excuse, it belongs to this layer. But he's not talking about 3, 4 more, 5, 10 more layers. So your knowledge of why it happened is incomplete. But people, especially the people who cultivate, why are you like that? Why they frown at me? Why they yell at me? Okay, that's natural reaction for people. Perfectly reasonable. Why? Teach you. I spell it out for you. Don't bother with why. Who cares? There's too many whys. Right? You keep on looking at why. Oh yeah, that's why, because of that. And then do you realize there's another why? There's another why, another why, another why, and on and on and on and on, endlessly. But it doesn't solve the problem, does it? Instead, I want you to focus on the other side. All dharmas arise from conditions. That's talk turkey. I'm afflicted. I'm in trouble. Why? Why it happened? And you keep on trying to find, oh yeah, what else? Is there another reason why it happened? There must be a third reason, okay? And a fourth. and a fifth, and on and on and on, right? Why are you going to fix it? All you do, you just want to know why. My point here is that when you have a problem, you're afflicted, and you want to try to understand why. I am teaching you, don't waste time trying to understand why. This is not efficient because it's too many layers. You try to dig, takes too long, and it's not going to help you. I'd rather you focus on what do I need to do to make it disappear? What conditions I need to have to make it disappear, make it die? You're focusing on the wrong side. Why? Instead, ask, how do I fix this problem?
Amitofo, 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 Amitofo.
You need to know this because this is, if someone asks you, how do you know this is the Buddha Dharma? How can I know? When you listen to people teaching Buddhism to you, how do you know it's the proper Buddhist concepts? How do you know? You recognize it's the Buddha Dharma by whatever they tell you has to have 4, cannot violate these 4 points. Number 1, the body is impure. Number 2, feelings are suffering. Number 3, thoughts are impermanent. Number 4, dharmas have no selves. Number 3, impure. Number 2, feelings are suffering. Number 3, 4 points. Number 1, the body is impure. Number 2, feelings are suffering. Number 3, thoughts are impermanent. Number 4, dharmas have no selves. Memorize this, folks. This is how you can tell it's a proper teaching. But this is how you can rest assured that you're learning the proper principles. The body is impure, meaning that don't worship the body. Anything that says the worship is your body is your temple, heard of that before in English? The body is your temple, that's not Buddha Dharma. The body is impure. It's nothing to worship it about. Use it and then that's it. Number 2, feelings of suffering. What is it, feeling of suffering, huh? It refers to all sorts of feelings are suffering. Any type of feeling, there are 3 types. Good feelings, bad feelings, neutral feelings, meaning you don't care. Any of the 3 is all suffering. And that's the trademark of Buddhism. Any sorts of feeling. Where does feeling come from? At the deepest level, when you have a feeling, there's an ego who feels. That bottom line, if you have an ego, the nature of the ego manifesting itself is through feelings. Nice. See? Feeling nice. Okay? That's suffering. Because deep down there's an ego who's seeking feelings. Too profound for you, huh? Okay, think about it. Okay, thoughts are impermanent. What does it tell you? It tells you scientists are suffering so much because that's all they do all day long is think. They're suffering. Isn't it interesting? People who think a lot are suffering. Think. Why are thoughts impermanent? Thoughts are impermanent mean that they change constantly. It's never the same. People change their minds. Okay, dharmas have no self. Dharmas is not the Buddha Dharma. Dharma meaning things have no selves. It means that everything that you see arises from conditions. They're produced from conditions. Okay, without conditions, they have no existence. So their existence is only temporary, depending on those conditions. When conditions dissipate, things disappear. That's all. Everything. So these 4 things, please memorize them. This is the very few things I ask you to memorize, because this is so fundamental to your knowledge, to your well-being, to your mental stability. 4 things. Bodies impure. Don't believe people who worship the bodies. Be careful of such people who teach you to worship the bodies. Number 2, they who laud feelings of love, of hate, neutral feelings, of suffering. Number 3, thoughts of impermanent. You should know that people are entitled to change their minds. Don't assume they will be there forever. And finally, Dharma has no self.
So that proves it. That proves that I'm a true Dharma teacher, that I'm teaching proper Buddha Dharma, Buddhist Dharma. There's the proof. That's the proof. It even made people leave, I think, because it was so full of proof. No, Ray Brown, we're not going to be doing anything like that.
Everything you see is temporary. They depend, Dharma meaning things have no self, meaning they depend, their existence depend on something else. Without that something else, they can no longer exist. That's why it says no self. Is that clear? These 4 things are fundamental knowledge.
Amitofo, 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 Amitofo.
You need to know this because this is... In order to become enlightened, I'll be very specific for you. I don't want you cultivators to be misled or be confused about this. After you reach 4th stage Arhat, how do you go from 4th stage Arhat to 1G, first crown Bodhisattva? This is actually stressed in the Avatamsaka teaching. After 4A, that's when you start doing the contemplation. If you do this contemplation prematurely, it's not going to work. In that sutra, it says very clearly that from 4A to 1G and higher, you need to do the 3 contemplations. The 3 contemplations are, number 1, you contemplate the true or the primary truth, the truth of emptiness. After you reach 4A or higher, if you want to go higher, you have to go through this process of the 3 contemplations. Contemplations of the true, the ultimate truth of the universe. This is the truth that applies to everywhere you go, to everyone, to everything. The ultimate truth is that the truth of emptiness, that everything.
Now this is one of the things that because the stages of enlightenment, right? And I like Master Yong Hua, how he talks about, first stage, second stage, third stage, fourth stage, Arahat, and then going into the 1G, first stage Bodhisattva. It would seem to me a lot in line with a real Dharma teacher is a bodhisattva. Because a Dharma teacher isn't just like you're reading the suttas, or you're teaching somebody meditation, but it should be you're putting off Buddhahood, which is absolute total emptiness, to benefit others. I shouldn't talk too much about this, but so when I talk to people about, like, look, you haven't trained, you haven't practiced, you don't have experience, I'm not telling people to be in a different situation from what they're in. I'm just saying that it's unlikely that you're particularly advanced, seeing as how you haven't gone through any real training. So any kind of arrogance or self-importance that you would have about your Dharma understanding is probably not true. Not that you can't become first stage, second stage, third stage, fourth stage, arahat, whatever it means. I can't speak to that. And these boomy levels, but and that's really important when we deal with anything. It's not to exclude somebody, but it's to invite someone to look at it from the perspective of their real experience, rather than their all the different thoughts that they have.
Is empty. Ultimately, everything is empty. We're empty. The world is empty. Everything, every single thing is empty. That's the ultimate truth. Meaning that you should not be attached to anything. If you realize that everything is empty, then you have no more attachments. How could you possibly attach to emptiness, to empty space? What's there to attach to? The people of great wisdom, enlightened people, realize this truth, that everything is empty, therefore, when necessary, they're able to let go. And that's the difference between them and us. They're enlightened, therefore, they can let go of anything and everything when they choose to. So that's the first truth that you learn to contemplate and realize. And after you've done that, then what happens to you? You basically are useless because you don't want to do anything. You say, I'm empty. Cordelia is empty. DTT is empty. So why bother? So that's why that's a problem. Then what the Buddha would create from his teaching is a bunch of monsters who are totally useless. So that's why the Buddha said, no, you're not done yet. You're not quite ready yet. So just 1 minute. So he taught the second truth. He said, after you succeeded in contemplating the true, or once you're able to let go of everything, your mother, your father, your daughter, okay? Then you need to learn to contemplate the mundane. The mundane is that you look at the world, look at everything. You look at your mother, you look at your father, look at your sister, you look at your son, and you accept them. You don't reject them. You don't run away from them. You appreciate them. You learn to appreciate others. So that's a very important truth. Otherwise, you cannot live in the world. There's no point in you coming to the world. You don't appreciate the world. There's no point in you doing it. You don't appreciate it. appreciate life, appreciate your marriage, appreciate your job, appreciate everything. That's the contemplation of the mundane. What you see may not be important to you, but it's important to someone else, especially those who cannot contemplate the ultimate truth like you, right? Even if you can see that everything is empty, but the person you really care for cannot see it. How can you possibly ignore that? So you learn to embrace others, embrace differences, embrace who they are, instead of rejecting them as empty. If you are able to contemplate
the wonderful joy about this kind of teaching is that it benefits both sides. So it takes out that ego dynamic of superiority, inferiority, better or worse. It's like there's no ingredient in that contemplation of the mundane and that embracing that is not understanding or not compassion oriented. So everybody wins. And it's beautiful to consider about that. You know, like I'm listening to that as a practitioner, as practicing that, you know, being with that. I'm thinking about different energies, you know, different trolls and different people that come along, you know, that I can't see or hear their voice, but I can get a little bit sense from their text comments, which is not a lot to work with. And, you know, taking responsibility for me to practice that, but also how that applies to them as well, you know, and the gift of being seen that way, the gift of being embraced, all the mundane things that I think that matter, even like mundane kindness or mundane respect or mundane community or mundane aspiration, you know, to do something, to create something. So everybody wins in that way. And it kind of goes to the root of the ego's acting out in the world. And covers the world and covers all our interactions to and from us with this sense of compassion and wisdom and insight that has no violence in it. So it's a beautiful teaching.
Everything is empty, it's so easy to reject and condemn everyone else, isn't it? There's no wisdom in there. The Buddha says, now you're able to let go for yourself, you have to look at how others are not able to let go themselves. That's the truth of the world. That's why it's called mundane contemplation. Otherwise,
and it's very, very difficult to do that, isn't it? When you can let go, you can see through the importance, or you can see through the value, something that someone else is clinging to, and yet you embrace that, you face that, you allow that, you don't fight with that. And that's our outside ego, right? That's others as ourselves. The others are yourself. I am you. You are always me. We are each other. You are me, just as much as I am when I'm got my wits about me. When I dare to practice, when I dare to embody the teachings the best way that I know how.
otherwise, no point in going to work anymore. No point in cooking anymore. No point in having children anymore. Once you accomplish, when you finish with not rejecting the world anymore, whether they like you, you don't reject them. Whether they hate you, you don't reject them. Maybe you get a little bit angry, but you don't reject them. When they disagree with you, you don't reject them. After you accomplish that contemplation, then you contemplate the middle. Because the first contemplation of the truth it leans towards dropping everything. The next contemplation of the mundane makes you attached to everything. I say, oh, I can't let go. This is normal. So the middle contemplation is that you contemplate it to be both. Middle is not in the middle here. Middle is that both of them are true at the same time. If you're able to do that, then you'll be certified to be enlightened. So Buddhism is very precise. You're certified to be 1G, 2G, 3G, and so forth, because you're able to see the middle truth.
阿弥陀佛，
阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。
So what are these things? And I'll explain to you. This is very important. I'd like you to memorize it. Okay? This is wonderful, wonderful wisdom. I'll explain a little bit to help you understand the connection, if you will. Number one, ignorance, meaning you're confused. That's why you have desires. If you're in a state of confusion, you will have desires. And because of desires, you engage in some activities that you should not. Because of that, there is conception. Conception means, for Buddhism, conception means consciousness is there. Whether you call it in vitro fertilization, it doesn't matter. As long as consciousness arrives, it is life. Life begins. According to the sages, life begins at the very moment that consciousness arrives. And then life develops, meaning there's a fetus, name and form. I'm only explaining the simple aspects of it so that you see the connection, but it's a lot more. It applies to everything in life. So far, so good. So like you, I'm helping you memorize it. This is what I do, what I did to help me memorize the links. Why?
Well, they say that the Buddha started teaching because there were thoughts. The Buddha taught because of thoughts. And originally there was a thought that nobody would be able to understand this. And then there was a thought that said some people may, some people will. And so the Buddha taught as an expression of compassion and wisdom to share this insight and to try to help.
Is one, why is two, there's three. There's a story behind it. Does it help? I hear it. I try to, when that things are too complicated, too long, and I tell myself a story. So consciousness is life in Buddhism. And then as life begins, the cells starts forming and dissecting themselves. That's called name and form. The body is created. Fetus is being.
Look at this. The master hasn't been live streaming recently. He's doing a formal retreat. It looks like in Portugal, in Lisbon. Oh, it's so miserable to be so lazy and ignorant and confused. It's so sad. But we don't have to be that way. That's the joy of the Dharma, this bliss. And we continue. Oh, the audio sounds good.
Okay, hello everyone. Looks like you're ready to start. How's everyone? I understand this is our last event, right? Okay, very good. Make it short and sweet then. I'm curious as to you getting your feedback, what you think, and how it went for you, and what can we do to make it better. Come again. We try. Thank you. We have a lot of very talented people, and I assure you, they're very, very skilled. They're being trained to become better teachers, but they are very, very skillful in their practice. All right, anyone else? Okay. What's your impression?
Okay, I'll start.
Hmm.
People, well, I see now most the people left are regulars. They work really hard, and then because they've been coming back again and again, so they're also fasting.
Mm-hmm.
So they really want to sit and
Mm-hmm.
really are working very hard.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think for newcomers, we can devise some programs next time to ease them in.
I thought the program is very light enough, isn't it? It's still too much for you?
I think for first timer, probably, yeah, probably, I don't know. I actually find that most people are more interested in knowing what Chan is first.
Thank you all for coming. It's nice to meet all of you. We've been coming here since, I'm told, 2017.
Yes.
So I'm very pleased to see many old friends and welcome new friends as well. And thank you all for being here. I'm very nice to be here. I'm the man responsible for your suffering. So it's all my fault. There's no excuse for that. And this is our style of meditation. The training is to help you increase your concentration. Okay? And that is actually the foundation, part of your foundation for your happiness. If you want to learn to be happier, you want to feel more fulfilled, you want to experience more peace and bliss in your life, I can't think of any better training method than Chan meditation. I mean it. I looked at all sorts of meditations, methodologies. I've been teaching Chan meditation for over 20 years now, practicing for, I don't know, close to 30 years myself personally. And so I know a little bit about meditation. I also know quite a bit about how to train people to improve themselves through meditation. So this is our goal. I've been doing this because I want you to feel better about yourself, to be happier, and to have a more fulfilling life. That's a lot to promises to make you, but this is my personal goals. I have really no interest in becoming more famous, richer, and so forth. My interest is to share with you the joy I experience in Chan meditation and the fulfillment of my life. That through Chan meditation, I learned from a Chinese master, great Master Shinhua. Do we have an image of him? He's a great man. He's the greatest man alive that I've ever had the honor to meet. And his teachings, his meditation teaching truly changed my life. It actually entirely changed me. And what you're looking at is a version of a man who has 180 degrees turn after a Chan meditation. And it's not only about myself. I'm not here to sell myself again. I'm here to share with you, if you're interested, for those who are interested, this sort of special knowledge that is help a lot of people that I've encountered the last 20 years. And you've seen here some of our people who came all the way here from the US via Korea. We've been coming to Korea for several years as well to teach meditation, among other things. You've seen this is the abbot of our temple at San Francisco. This is her vice abbot. Am I correct? Not really. So we're here to help you, those of you who are interested. Part of the foundation of happiness is not the way that the old ways that we as European cultures. I went to French high school in Vietnam, so I know a little bit about the French culture and European culture as well. And this is a marriage of East culture and West culture, in the sense that the West has the culture, the opulence, the high standards of enjoyment and quality of life. The Asians have the inner quality of life that the Westerners, Western cultures fail to develop. And now the Easterners are trying to catch up to Western culture, and you are being threatened. Chinese invasion, let's face it, EV, yeah? All right, and so we leveling the field so that this is a balance between Eastern values and Western values. What does the Eastern cultures bring to us? Peace and bliss, something that the Western cultures do not have. Am I correct? I don't look Westerner at all to you, so I just read a lot. So that's my Chinese teacher right there. A great man, a little bit shorter than me. But it's one of my idols, honestly. Yeah. All right, so the foundation of happiness is peace and bliss. The more you understand Chan meditation, the more you'll be able to experience peace and bliss. Okay, what is peace and bliss? Peace is the lack of thinking.
lack of thoughts arising in your heads. Someone yells at you.
Peace is lack of thinking. Peace is lack of the thoughts arising in our heads.
You still feel peaceful because you don't react to it. And you develop the ability to not react to external stimuli so that you are in a constant state of peace. We, educated people, Western cultures, we prize thinking, right? Who is that famous philosopher? Is it Pascal or Descartes? He says, I think, therefore I am. Je pense, donc je suis. Descartes. Merci. Oh, thank you. Obrigado. Okay? So the Western cultures, we prize thinking. I used to work for IBM. And we have a sign there. We're very proud of this culture of ours, our company. Think. We're proud of ourselves. We think. Okay? We come up with solutions for our customers. But the problem with thinking is what? The problem with thinking is that you cannot stop. It's not that you cannot think. You learn how to.
The problem with thinking is that you cannot stop. So if you can stop thinking, you don't have a problem with thinking. If you cannot stop thinking, then thinking is a big problem.
Think very well, but you cannot stop thinking. Anyone can stop thinking? Raise your hands. No, you can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, you can't. You cannot fool me. I can stop thinking. Otherwise, why would I try to teach you Chan meditation? Chan meditation, you got to be there to show people the way. Because this is about you. It's not about me. If I stop thinking, I can be peaceful, happy, I'll be in my corner of the world, and somewhere in the world, be happy by myself. I don't need to be here. I'm here, my purpose is to share this knowledge, this skill with all of you. Help you develop it for yourself. Okay, so peace, again, is a skill. It's a state of mind that you can develop so that you can put your mind at rest. I was giving a ride in a Kia, invasion of Europe again, huh? We were given a ride in a Kia car, and when the car stops at a red light, the engine stops because it's more efficient, especially even the price of gasoline nowadays. Right? It's very useful. So, thinking in the same way, if you yourself cannot stop your mind from thinking, your mind cannot be at rest until you go to sleep. Correct? This is how you recover at night. At night, you notice the doctors still don't know it yet. You're still confused about it yet? They think, oh, we all need 6 hours sleep, 8 hours, my era. Now it's 6, 7, 9, okay? The answer is none of the above, okay? You need as much rest at night as your body needs to repair itself. So you work a lot you use your body a lot, your mind a lot, you need longer rest periods for it to recover. That's your natural instinct of self-preservation. Is that translation? I feel like no one is paying attention. So our bodies, when given a chance, knows it must repair itself. So at night, we shut down in order that we can recover. Our bodies can repair itself. Now, with Chan meditation, you don't need to wait until you sleep. You can start your body repairs, and it begins as soon as you start meditation. Wouldn't you like that? No. Okay, never mind. All right. So anyway, I can go on and on. You feel free to ask questions. Okay, can we take the next thing? And so we here, and I'm here, and this is a program that's developed for me, okay, for you. It's very unusual. I look at the program, it's very unusual because you go to most meditation retreats, they say, meditate, meditate. Or maybe they teach you to walk, walk slowly. And so forth, okay. I saw so many of those programs during my research about how to teach Chan meditation. And that's the standard style of Chan retreats, meditation retreats. You meditate and you do things, okay? Look at our diversity of our programs. You meditate, and then you stretch. Seriously? I think you guys are overdoing it, okay? That's not called stretching meditation. Oh, is it? Huh? And then we are bowing. Bowing is a very good form of meditation, by the way, okay? The Koreans here are very good. The Asians know about bowing more than the Westerners. And then, wait a minute, mental recitation. Is it really meditation? You bet. Okay? How do I know when my time is up? Because I have a problem. When I start talking, I don't stop. Yeah, remind me, okay? I forgot to bring my iWatch.
We will remind you 12:50.
12:50, and we go to lunch, okay? Don't let me overdo it. All right. Where were we? Mental recitation, okay? That's also meditation. Dinner? No, that's not meditation. All right, so you see, it's a lot of things we do here. Oh, another thing, look at that. Reciting Buddha's name, also meditation. Now, do not let my competitors, my esteemed colleagues, I think, do not believe their criticism. They say, this is not meditation retreat. They say, see, these guys are all over the map. True, but it's meditation to me. Yeah. Okay? If you can stop thinking like me, then you can criticize me. Okay? But why is it meditation? It's about all these experiences to help you train your mind. By the way, when I became a novice monk, okay, I thought I love meditation like so many of you. Okay, I feel so peaceful, so blissful, and so happy, and so forth. So I said, why don't I do it full time? So I shaved my head, okay, like some of you. And I say, I get to meditate full time now. Oh, I've been so happy. And what happened? As soon as I shaved my head, they put me to work day and night. And I was not happy, let me tell you. Americans love to complain. And I was very unhappy, depressed every day. Oh my God, I have to work. When is it going to stop? And they kept me a novice for about 4 years, which is a very nasty thing to do. Typically nowadays, in our world, small world, how long were you a novice? A few days? No, even a few days. A few months? Immediately? See? See, this one is never a novice. Look how happier she is. But the Chinese, they're different. And this is how long you a novice? Don't remember anymore. It's something she doesn't want to remember. Look at that. See, not happy times, let me tell you. I was very, very happy, complaining constantly. And then after 2 years of being a novice, working, I suddenly realized that my concentration improved. One of the purposes of becoming a monk is to improve your concentration and ultimately stop our thoughts, stop thinking. That's all we ask for, all these people. All I ask of them is that I support you, I take care of you, take care of your current life, your entire life. That's my promise I made to them. And in exchange, I'd like you to develop the ability to stop thinking. Why? You find out why. It's wonderful. And then once you stop thinking, you get a little bit much higher, then you'll be trained how to teach others how to stop thinking. Share the wealth. Share the happiness. So, well, anyway, so after 2 years, one day it dawned on me that even though I didn't have a chance to meditate full time, my concentration improved. Why? Don't tell them. Why? You think? See? All you smart people, accomplished people, okay, don't know the secrets of the universe. How can your concentration improve? There's many ways. You go to a meditation retreat, it's by brute force. You sit until you break your legs or until you're bored to death, and then one day suddenly your concentration improves. There's a reason behind it. All right? That's why they keep on doing it, but there's real major reasons that most of them don't understand. What is the reason? Because when you start meditation, let me clue you in as well, when you learn meditation, I strongly urge you not to stop until you reach first dhyana. First dhyana is first level of concentration, okay? All of our students have been learning Chan meditations, okay? They all are way beyond first dhyana. If you have zero concentration with ordinary people, zero concentration meaning your mind is scattered. You cannot hold on to one thought. Anyone? You can't. You keep on thinking one thought, following another, yeah? That's how we are. The smarter you are, the harder it is for you to stop thinking. Yeah? Okay, so one thought is a chain of thoughts in your head. And that's, by the way, that's what drains your energy. You can't stop thinking. You can't help yourself. You constantly are draining your mental energy. Okay, and even like watching a movie, watching a TV, okay, you're still thinking, aren't you? Yeah? It's just alpha rays on the TV is doling your mind a little bit, but still, you're still thinking, you're still processing. All right? So, when you learn meditation, the minimum you want to get is first dhyana. First dhyana is to give you a flavor of peace and bliss. And then after that, don't stop. Go to second dhyana, third dhyana, and so forth. Once those of you who've been meditating have been able to experience first dhyana and so forth, or higher, you discover this peace and bliss in your life that you could never have before. Can't buy it. You have to work for it. It's a skill. Okay, and once you have it, okay, you like it. And you want it. And what I'm telling you, or I'm reminding you is you want more of it. Not just more. More meaning more of the same thing. What we wanted to remind you is you can experience better peace and bliss by getting to higher levels of concentration. This is what this is about. Once you know, when you experience the peace and bliss of first dhyana, okay, it's really nice. It's not something that ordinary people can experience. Once you do that, you continue, you go to second dhyana, you realize that your peace and bliss basically is increased, let's say 2x, 2-fold, or more. I promise. So that's why we keep improving until we get to the point where we stop thinking. We can stop your thoughts. And that's when the peace and bliss is incredible. That's why. All right? But for us professionals, let me tell you, you go a lot further than that. What we're teaching you is basically not even high school. That's how advanced we are. I'm serious. I'm not bragging. That's how advanced that the Chinese monk is. Okay? And yeah, that's him right there. Does he look happy to you? He's very happy inside. When you have a treasure, yeah, right. People don't believe me at all. They always, really? When you have so much peace and bliss, it stays inside, okay? Because you minimize your energy. Think about it. I was met with one of our old-timers yesterday. She looked so happy. I said, "What's wrong with you?" Okay? So this is extreme peace and bliss. Okay? And when I get to his level, you will see something different you don't see in people. He is extremely kind and compassionate. It's way beyond us. Okay? That's next level. For today, for this retreat, I'd be happy if you experience the zero thinking. How is that for goals? Let's be ambitious. It's impossible for most of you, actually all of you. It takes a while, okay? But it's well worth it. All right, so I was trying to tell you why we do this crazy schedule. Is it meditation?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can always count on my assistance to challenge me. All right, so is it meditation? Meditation, it depends on who you ask. If you ask me, is meditation because it helps develop your concentration. To me, that's what meditation is about. You do things that will increase concentration, that is meditation. Why do you have to stick it with sitting, crossing your legs, or walking like a zombie? Okay? As long as your concentration increases, it will lead you to samadhi, okay, or state of concentration. That is the goal of meditation. A lot of people, when they meditate, they fail. They're not shown the real purpose of meditation. To us, meditation is only one reason for us to teach you meditation, to help you increase your concentration. So it's about technology to improve your concentration. With concentration, wonderful things happen to you in your lives. Okay? I promise. Okay? And you don't get to experience it until you cannot see the difference if you enter first dhyana. After you enter first dhyana, go further, second dhyana, third dhyana. It gets better and better and better. That's why we're doing this. Okay? Okay, and remind me to talk about Buddha's name or whatever later, okay? If you still want me to talk, because these people afterwards, it's boring. Okay? Reciting Buddha's name is also meditation. All these things are meditation to us. That's why we're wide open, because the philosophy of Chan meditation is what? Going to the market is Chan. Eating is Chan. Bowing is Chan. Stretching, maybe not. Stretching is Chan. Instruction of thought, absolutely not. Okay. All of these, mental recitation is Chan. Okay. So going to the market is meditation. Walking is meditation. They also claim to have sleeping meditation. Don't buy that. Okay. I think Thich Nhat Hanh is dead now, used to teach people, they have like lying down meditation. When I first started, I went to him for training, because he's very famous at my times, when I first started 25, 30 years ago. And so I went to his training, some of his training sessions, and they have lying meditation. They sit down, and his number two nun would be singing us a song. And this is, mind you, this is very privileged training. It's only for left-home people like us, okay? So we lie down on the room like this, and everyone lie down very comfortable, and she would chant, we sing a song in Vietnamese. Were you there, Francis?
I went to one.
You went to one? And they call it meditation, and I fell asleep so quickly. She sings well.
Yeah, it was a good sleep.
And after that, I said, lying meditation, I call it sleeping meditation. Okay, let's call it a spade, okay? Let's not pretend. If you understand Chan meditation, then everything is meditation. This is what the state of my teacher, Master Hsuan Hua, his state is that everything he does is meditation. Working is meditation. Okay? If you get to that level, you understand how to teach meditation in everything you do. Sleeping, no, not sleeping, walking, sitting, and all those things. Okay? So all these, okay, will help you improve your concentration. That's meditation. All right? How is it going to help? How is it going to help you enter these samadhi, as these concentration absorptions, this state of concentration where you, these dhyanas, first dhyana, second dhyana, samadhis, and so forth, are actually technical terms that describe the state of minds where you have fewer thoughts. Is that clear? Until you get to the beautiful level where they have zero thoughts. Below that, you have fewer and fewer thoughts. And if you have fewer thoughts, you begin to experience that peace of mind and that bliss your body will also give you. All right? And so, how is it going to happen? By doing all these things. Looks like I lost them. No one is interested. Listen. I think they're all waiting for lunch or something. Only 8 minutes?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been speaking nonsense for almost 40 minutes. Oh, thank you very much. Okay. How is it going to happen? There's a secret behind it. The secret behind it is something called, that you Westerners don't understand, something called blessings. Asian culture, we stress that. Blessings. Blessings are basically your spiritual wealth. What is spiritual wealth? Spiritual wealth is what you have, what you all have, that is transformed into money, into cars, into dwellings, into jobs, into husbands. Well, not always. Okay? That's what blessings are. In the spiritual world, whether it's Buddhism, Catholicism, and so forth, they teach you about these things, about underlying asset, underlying wealth asset is called blessings in Buddhism. Yeah, I know you don't believe in it. You're like, really? So my salary is for my blessings? You bet. Salary is the transformation of your blessings into monetary things. All right? Into vacation time and so forth. All right? And so these blessings here is your spiritual wealth. And how do you accrue your spiritual wealth? Doing these things well. If you do these things, or you can simply concentrate on or focus on meditation alone, whether it's walking, whether it's standing, whether it's sitting, you are accruing. The common denominator for all these processes is they generate blessings for you. So believe me, when you meditate here, these few days, you are generating, we're helping you generate a lot of blessings for yourself. It's yours. No one can take it from you. It's yours until you decide to do withdrawal. That's how it works. I can't steal it from you. No one can steal it from you. It's theirs. It's yours. And if you believe in transmigration or reincarnation, that blessings there is your true wealth, because after you die, it goes with you, the next body, next body, next body. But that's a different topic, right? We're not here about reincarnation and the real reincarnation and transmigration, a entirely different topic, okay? Well, beyond this Chan retreat here. But these blessings here, really, from Buddhist perspective, Buddhist wisdom is your true wealth. And the blessings also manifest themselves in the form of, hang on 1 minute, 5. This woman here at my temple, when I lecture, I usually tend to go overtime because I cannot stop. When I get started, I don't stop. I lose track of time. I lose track of everything, as a matter of fact. And this woman here is very useful to me because about 5 minutes before the end of the time, she would stand up and walk around the room. That's how I know. And I wrap it up. So don't forget to do that.
Buddha recitation.
Huh?
You mentioned to remember Buddha recitation.
Later, not today. Not enough time. Thank you. So, what was I?
4 minutes left.
Thank you. So much pressure. Blessings. Blessings. So blessings are your true wealth that you can carry from lifetime to lifetime. Okay. Trust me, even if you don't believe in your reincarnation or all these voodoo things, okay, it doesn't matter. Your blessings are yours to keep. So when you do these things, you generate blessings, all right? Actually, you generate a lot of blessings. Okay? We specialize in maximizing the generating of blessings. Why is it important to you? Because this is what most the teachers fail to tell you, to remind you when they teach you meditation, is that, remember I asked you, I told you that when you meditate, you want to get the first dhyana, okay? In order to get the first dhyana, the requirement is blessings. A lot of people, they don't meditate at all. You know, Tiger Woods doesn't meditate. Messi doesn't meditate. They don't, but they have concentration. Why? Because they have blessings. The blessings, remember, you take them with you from lifetime to lifetime until you use them up, okay? When you have this current life you have these blessings here, circumstances will arise that will transform your blessings into concentration. And that enables you to experience the peace and the bliss, even though you do not undergo the training of Chan meditation at all. Yes?
Is planting blessings different from becoming a good person?
Yeah, it helps. All this is helping you become a better person. But that's a little bit beyond that. And that's the next level, low level details. Okay? You do these things, okay? You generate blessings because it transforms your heart. Time is up? Okay, time is up. Thank you all for your attention. Final question.
What level is messy?
Messy is not very high, not high at all. Most of the professional athletes, they're able to concentrate. Agree? It's not very high. So it tells you, it's a very smart question. It tells you that even for people with low level concentration, they can be very, very wealthy. All right? So people like Master Shinhua, my teacher, his level is so high up there. Imagine the kind of wealth he has. And when they're that rich, they hide it. They don't use. They use for big things, like creating a galaxy. They don't waste it on fame and profits. The bigger deals, they're after the big picture, not the small things anymore. All right? Okay, stop here. Thank you everyone for your attention. Happiness is not necessarily measured by success or the amount of money. Being successful is only satisfying on a professional level, but not satisfying at the personal level. So that's imbalance.
In my previous 40 years, I was just busy pursuing money, fame, and actually, at some point in my life, I had everything I wanted. I honestly thought I figured out the secret path to happiness. And then everything changed. After my son was born, I became deeply depressed, tired, and frustrated all the time. My relationships with everyone around me were also strained, so I lost everything overnight, over just a matter of like a few weeks. So that experience really taught me those happiness was not gonna be forever. My happiness was entirely dependent on external conditions.
In your case, being successful is only satisfying at the business or professional level, but not satisfying at the personal level. So your professional success was not enough for you. So that's imbalance. Spirituality is balance. Part of it is balance. And spirituality is taking care of the needs of your soul. You have needs from your body. You have needs for your mind. You have needs for your emotions. Those have to be met. But we neglect the needs for our spirits. Our spirits need to feel good about ourselves, not about our money, not about our marriage, not about our fame, but we need to feel good about ourselves because we judge ourselves. You approve of yourself that you are a good person.
Good person.
That's spirituality. Because in Buddhism, we believe that intrinsically we have a nature, we call nature, our makeup, our essence, if you will, is goodness. So when we do something professionally, emotionally, that goes against our core nature of goodness, we disapprove of ourselves. So spirituality is to look at our needs of self-approval in the sense that because our nature is a nature of goodness, we judge ourselves, we disapprove ourselves, dislike ourselves. We violate our good nature. No one can help us because we disapprove of ourselves. If someone praises us, it's temporary. Money is temporary, but deep inside, if you disapprove of yourself as a human being, nothing outside can really compensate for that. This is what most of us, they have this conflict. When you go out and work, for example, a salesman needs to lie. That's the nature of the work. You don't lie, you're not going to make a lot of money. And you might even get fired. And so you need to lie. And that's against your nature. So you may make a lot of money, you may be successful, but inside, you disapprove of yourself. There's an internal conflict that having a drink, having fun, going spending the money, cannot address this problem. So spirituality is to try to maintain this balance between the outside world, the intellectual world, emotional world, material world, and this inner life of ours, the inner life of goodness. They have to be in sync.
Master, is it possible to be both moral and good inside and successful on the outside?
I believe so. I've seen people who are like that. Can I give you an example?
Yes, please. I'm very curious about that.
Warren Buffett, for example, I think is a role model, successful in the business world. He's a leader, he's a responsible person, generous person, and I know that he is also very spiritual in that sense. His core is spiritual. Whatever he does is based on the principle of goodness. It's a rare instance of a balance between worldly life and spiritual life. Happiness is not necessarily measured by success or the amount of money. It has to be fundamentally, do you like yourself? Do you approve of yourself? This is what I find so funny. People attach too much importance to others approving of themselves and neglecting their having to approve of themselves. How do you approve of yourself? Make sure that you're on the right track. It's not about approving yourself. It's about avoiding disapproving of yourself. The spirituality is something that everyone has, but don't pay enough attention to. I'm impressed with a lot of these small people, if you will. The farmer in Japan, a traffic cop here in Orange County, I met such people. I like them because they're decent people. And they said, okay, there are certain lines I will not cross, and I like that. And that's part of the spiritual fabric of this country. It's fantastic. Spirituality is not label. It's about you not crossing the lines of goodness. And that's good enough. If you go to work and you have to make a decision, let's say you're a salesman, someone comes in, looks for a TV, and you have to lie a little. It's acceptable. But how far are you willing to go? So that line there that you need to set for yourself, I will not rob her of her life savings. If she's willing to buy a good TV, I will sell a good TV. But you don't want to sell a TV to someone who cannot afford it. I don't mind if you sell a little and you lie a little, that's part of the game. But there's a line where you don't cross. That's spirituality in every day. That's the balance I'm looking for. Fundamentally, you have the line, say, I will not cross this line. There's a line in the sand here. I cannot not cross it. And you will cross it, and you make mistakes, and you come back. We all make mistakes, that's normal. That's part of being human, is to make mistakes. However, we always pull ourselves back eventually. That's a healthy thing. That's spirituality for you. I worry when people keep on crossing the lines and they make excuses and eventually the line gets moved and moved again. Yeah. No, there should be a standard that you don't move the line. So you learn first about what not to cross. That's the first level of spirituality. Second level of spirituality is what happens when you become successful by not crossing the line on the sand. As your success grows, now you have your spiritual needs also grow. Now I have responsibility. It's not enough for me not to cross this line, but this comes to me. With this $100,000 comes a responsibility to use it properly, to benefit others. Why? As a payback. Look at yourself. You're here because of others' generosity. We're here because of this country, people's generosity. With the success you have to pay back. You have to give. I have some siblings who are very successful business-wise, but it's so immoral. They cheat and they scheme and they steal and all those things. They are extremely unhappy and they are very, very sick body-wise. If you neglect your spiritual life, your body will not be in good shape.
Master, if there's one thing you would like our audience to take away from this conversation, what would that be?
Be a gooder person. Once you're a good person, be a gooder person. Don't stop. You want to be happier, be gooder. That's the foundation of happiness.
Okay. There you go. Okay. It's okay? Thanks. Thanks.
Okay, thank you everyone for participating in our live session today. Wish you all well on your journey, and see you again soon. Bye-bye.